trickling in, and Mayor Pro Tem Bivens will be a few minutes late this morning, I know for sure. In the interest of time, I'm going to turn it over to David pretty quickly. Just as a reminder, you've got a pretty full agenda ahead of you today, and this is meant to be a work session. So ask any and all questions. I think I would make sure you do that in each section so we don't get lost as we move on to the next item. And don't be shy, that's what this is for. And we've got the day set aside, and we can always schedule additional work session time as needed to work through this budget. So thank you all for getting to this place. And with that, David, I'll turn it over to you, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. What I thought I would do is start by going through the different budget responses, and we've sent to you, I think it totals 21. And so I was going to walk through those items, and if you had questions, we have the right people here to address some of those questions. And it gives us an opportunity to make a point every now and then. How about that? So I'm going to walk through each of the budget responses, and the first one is on the peer tax rate. And what we try to do is share with you what we know about other cities and what they're doing related to the property tax rate. So in that first budget review, you've got the top 10 cities in the Metroplex, the top 10 cities in Texas. And then I think we've also shared what locally is happening with some school districts, with the county, the hospital, Tarrant Regional Water District, and Tarrant County College. In the presentation we'll do in just a few minutes, we'll also share with you the cities in Texas, cities in the Metroplex, and which ones are doing a no new revenue rate, and it's only one of 16 cities. And we'll share that with you as part of the presentation on the no new revenue rate. Any questions on tax rates? The second budget response is related to user fees, and what we have a whole section of today's discussion to talk about user fees and what we do each year. So what I'd suggest is we punt that questions for that when that item comes up before all of us, if everybody's okay with that. The third budget response has to do with sales tax trends and peer review with other cities. A couple comments I'd throw out there and then see if there are any questions. If you think back to COVID, so when we started fiscal year 2020, that would have been in September of 2019, and COVID wasn't even on the radar screen at that point in time. And so when you think about what cities had to do in that fiscal year after the shutdown of the economy in March, we still broke even that year. And if you look at the where cities went negative that year, that really is a product of COVID. We have boomed after COVID on the sales tax. And if you look at page 2 on the budget response and the charts, the top 2 cities in the state in growth since COVID have been Austin and Fort Worth. You got the next slide or the next page? There. So if you look at the red line is Austin, the blue line is Fort Worth. So pretty strong sales tax growth. And sales tax is not just beneficial to the general fund. The sales tax is beneficial to Trinity Metro and beneficial to the Crime Control and Prevention District. Moving to the next budget response, we had questions about, if you remember the prior budget year, there was a lot of discussion about development services and providing the resources to development services to meet different objectives. And so that budget response has to do with the resources that were added in fiscal year 2023 and where we stand with all those additions that were made in the current budget year. And if you have any questions, I know DJ's here to answer any of those questions. All right, okay. This is number 4.
Related development services.
Yep.
There we go. It looks like, unless I have it wrong, we have budget response number 24-003, and then we have number BR 24-003, and the BR-003 is the police staffing plan, so that might just be a technical.
We might have a technical problem there. We'll
In
check.
terms of numbering.
Yeah,
So 2004 should be the development services. Yeah. We'll get.
threw me off because there
Okay.
was another one in there.
All right, moving to 005, that's the MedStar transitional funding, transitional funding. And as I mentioned in an earlier presentation, this funding is in the non-departmental account of the general fund. To move it requires city council approval, but there's $4.2 million in the city's non-departmental part of the general fund budget. And again, requires city council approval to move that money.
And just to add to additional information to this conversation, many of you have asked me about that, so let's parse that out. City management has dedicated $4.2 million out of non-departmental to hold, and this council can dictate when and how those funds are utilized and dispersed to MedStar. Does that make sense? Any questions about that? Now's the time to do it. Good? Okay.
Okay, let's see, 006 relates to the recommended positions that are in the fiscal year 24 budget, both by department and then by position. So these are the positions that are in the recommended budget. There's a later budget response, and we'll talk more about vacant positions in each of the city departments, and a little bit about how we handle budgeting vacancies. And so in most cases, we will not budget for an entire fiscal year because all these positions will not be hired on October 1. And so the salaries that are put in the budget from a budget standpoint are the midpoint of the position and an hiring date of December 1. So there's positions that'll be hired ahead of December 1st. There'll be positions that are hired after December 1st. There'll be positions hired below midpoint. There'll be positions hired above midpoint. And so what we do is try to average all that out, and then as we go throughout the fiscal year, see how we stand relative to the budgeting. So again, it's budgeting some type of vacancy rate as well into the budget. Does that make sense? So we don't assume every position is full 100% of the time. We don't assume any vacant position, or we assume a vacant position will be hired at midpoint. That might happen. It'll either be below or above midpoint. That's at each department's discretion. And so we budget kind of to the average.
And any questions from council members about any of these department allocations for staffing? We've spent most of the time on fire and police, but if you have any concerns or questions about individual departments receiving additional employees, I think it would be appropriate also to ask those questions now. Jared, please.
Yeah, David, I know I've mentioned this in previous work sessions, but I'm still concerned about the level of traffic enforcement, and especially with street racing and high-speed driving and reckless driving in District 6. And I know South Division has not only a shortage because of, vacancies, but also I just don't think that the number of positions we put to address that issue, that's such a big priority for the city, is well represented. So I would like to see us do more in that regard in this budget.
I'm looking for my buddy Chief Aldridge, who's been at every budget meeting.
And Jared, to your question, are you more concerned if anybody from PD is not here, they'll make it up? Yeah?
We have somebody from police. part of the, I don't think that the police department would disagree with you. I think if I've listened to Chief Aldridge on a number of these budget meetings, it's a matter of how fast they can recruit and fill those positions.
Right, I get that. That's not my job,
I
though.
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just for my own clarity too, are you pushing for additional police officers beyond the 106 or allocating within the division for traffic enforcement?
I think that's a PD decision. My concern is that we don't have enough resources dedicated to traffic.
Within the department?
Within the department. So personally, I have a personal opinion that I would think we need more.
Okay.
But again, you know, Chief Aldrich and I have spoke about this, and I defer to them on how we get there, but I do think we need more.
Okay.
Correct. For traffic enforcement.
Anybody else?
Each one.
Fernando, if you want to add anything to that, you're welcome to.
Yes, ma'am. Keith Morris is here from the police department. And I don't presume to speak for Chief Noakes or Assistant Chief Aldridge, but I think if they were here, they would tell you that we're challenged across the police department in many functions, not the least of which is traffic enforcement. But others would ask for police resources to serve other purposes, all of which would be valid. But I think you've already noted that the main constraint is our ability to fill these positions. We have a large number of vacancies, and as you've heard in previous budget workshops, it will take us approximately 2 years of police academies just to fill current vacancies, and yet another year, 2026, to fill all of the positions that you have just proposed to create. So if we were to create additional positions for any function, it would take us that much time to fill the positions. The other option is for the chief to reallocate existing resources, possibly moving patrol officers from one function to another, and that creates its own set of problems. And so there is no simple short-term solution to issues associated with the police department staffing because we have the resources that we currently have. Eventually, over time, we will have the resources we need or come much closer to meeting our needs, but it will take time. In the meantime, it's a matter of managing the resources we currently have.
That's really the conundrum I find myself in is, you know, if we need to do something differently to be able to recruit and train folks faster, the hard part for us is, you know, especially in District 6, I'll speak our truth, we've had a number of folks who lose their lives due to automobile accidents. And so while I understand the process, it takes multiple years to train, our residents don't feel like they have multiple years to live.
Yes.
And so I think it's really important, and it's a part of quality of life.
Yes, it is.
And that's a conversation I think we need to have is what is it,
Yes.
what type of investment does it take to speed that process of knowing that we don't have enough officers doing the jobs that we need them to do to protect that quality of life.
We'll be happy to move on both fronts, managing existing resources as effectively as possible and making sure that we expand our resources in as timely a manner as we can. I think if we were to go around the table, each council member would tell us you need more resources in your district and you need them now. I'm confident you'd say that, although you'd probably say you'd need them for different purposes. And so I know the chief will want to respond to all of those concerns.
Thank you, Fernando. Sorry, and then Councilmember Hill. Go ahead, Carlos.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Just to point out that everyone is clear on this. I mean, there are also capacity issues with the facilities at Bob Bolin to increase the police recruit classes, right? We can only handle so many at a time, and I think it's part of David's proposed budget that we're looking at through CCPD paying for expansion. There in the classrooms, right?
Expansion of classroom capacity will probably be an item coming back to the CCPD board in November after police has had a chance to vet that issue thoroughly with property management. We'll come back to you with with a cost estimate. But that, yes, Councilor Flores, that is one of the factors influencing our ability to fill these positions through academy graduation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Hill?
David, can you clarify something for me? So I know we have 294 positions we've talked about, and I'm familiar with fire and police. How much are we spending on all these new positions outside of those two departments? And I still don't have itemized budgets. I was looking, I made that request last time. But for me to have a really good conversation, understand what I'm approving and looking through, and I really need to understand how much this is all going to cost.
So I'll be glad to sit down with that. I think the itemized budgets or this for each department is in the document we've provided to each council member.
Those are just summaries, and I think that several of my council members as well, we want something a little bit more in detail so I can speak clearly to the constituents about exactly where the money's going. And we're looking at these new positions too, and I know we talked about police and fire, and we're all very clear on how much that costs in those positions, but it'd be helpful to know what we're spending in each department for these new positions.
We'll make sure we get that.
Any other questions, council? Go ahead, Charlie.
So this, mine is really about the city attorney's office. And so Leanne, maybe this will go to you. With as much as we spend on outside counsel, is there any benefit to, or is any cost benefit of bringing more of that in-house at all? I'd assume we'd see it as savings, right? Or is there more there?
Right. For the most part, what we outsource are things that are in subject matters that we'll never have people in-house to do because they're one-offs, they're unusual, they're something. I will tell you, though, that just recently you all saw an M&C, or maybe it hasn't come to you yet, I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure, but that is a direct result of us not having enough resources on our litigation side. So that sort of happened at the end of this budget cycle. My plan is to ask for that in the next budget cycle. Of course, if you all want to change something now and add somebody, I'm not going to complain. But absolutely, we are at capacity on our litigation side. And so going forward, this is something that will have to be fixed.
So was that, because obviously none of us saw any decision packages to choose from hey, option A, B, C, and C is always a throwaway, right? So on that, was there part of the decision package from the city attorney's office, was that okay, here's what we're spending on outside counsel, here's how much we would save if we did hire an additional 2 litigators versus, continuing to outsource that?
We didn't have that in this year's budget package because it just wasn't there at the time we put together our budget packages. We put those together really at the beginning of the calendar year. So we saw the trend for the litigation has just been increasing between condemnations and everything else that we've seen. And so we really didn't we didn't have the problem of needing to go out to outside counsel due to an overabundance of the work for the litigators until, again, we were so far down, it was well past us putting in a decision package for it.
Gotcha.
So, we actually kind of had this conversation yesterday in the CMO meeting as well. The condemnations may continue to increase, and we may need to do something mid-year, even before the next budget cycle. But again, if we want to take care of that problem now, we are experiencing it, and we are beyond capacity at this point. So there would be a cost savings for sure, absolutely. The in-house counsel cost, it far is underneath the cost to go out.
Gotcha. So is there any way we could, or is it too late for that, David, to, I guess, kind of get that, that cost-benefit analysis of that outside versus hiring an additional litigator?
Well, I think it falls in different areas, and again, we'll take the lead from Leanne on that. Yesterday, literally, we had the conversation on condemnation because we're doing more condemnations related to road projects, right, primarily. And so it's, do we do those in-house or do we do that outside? And it's probably more cost-effective to do that internally. But we have to look at also the demand that's coming with the capital program and the implementation of the 22 bond projects.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
Thanks.
I'd just like to frame, if we're going to talk about it, what cost benefit means in this particular scenario, because it's not necessarily about just the number of dollars saved bringing something in-house versus a hypothetical if we had outsourced that. And I'm the first to want to support more positions in the legal department because I do think that with better capacity, we could handle more of that stuff. But I don't necessarily think it's fair to say it's a dollar for dollar comparison, because when you look at a lot of times what we're outsourcing, as Leanne mentioned, some of it is expertise that would, yeah. And so however that response is crafted, I really want us to keep that in mind, that for this is sometimes you get what you pay for. And we pay for the best attorneys here at the city, but sometimes we need elsewhere. So I don't know how, I'm giving you a problem without a solution, but I think it's a careful color. Yeah.
And let me do this also allows me an opportunity to talk about the capital budget and the operating balance and mix. So we have capital projects from the 2022 bond program as an example. Those capital projects pay for those expenses. So whatever expense it takes to implement the capital project, we would charge against the capital project. So if we decided mid-year that we wanted to add positions in Leanne's department, right, they're simply going to charge against a capital project. It would not have a net increase in the operating budget. Does that make sense? Okay.
Back to Councilmember Hill's question and ask, I think if you look at this chart, one thing that the budget office could do to be helpful, I'm going to use one department to try to simplify this, but let's look at transportation and public works, adding 18 new positions. I guess 2 weeks ago, Lauren and her team walked through what those positions will do. So one example is culvert inspection and clearing team. So you're adding employees for city services, right? And so at least for me, when I think about how to explain to the public, why are we adding that many employees in that department, and what are you getting as a citizen for those employees? They're providing a tangible service to the city of Fort Worth. But when you have all these new additions, it's hard, candidly, to keep it compartmentalized. So maybe just for the budget office, if you can provide a column here that describes, of the 18, 5 for culvert, 5 for this, and the cost of that total increase is all we probably need to know in one place. It's a lot easier than having to go back in our binders and look through the material. That's on me, and that's just how we communicate that. That helps a little bit, kind of what I think I need to see too. And Macy may have additional detail on what she needs other than the itemized budget. Because sometimes people will look and like, you're just adding government. Well, no, in this situation, these are actual city services that the citizens have asked for and begged for, and there's a health and safety component to it, but it's hard to explain that if it's not very clear to the public on why we're doing that. Okay.
Good point. The next budget response is water utility revenue requirements. And this goes into a little further description, both on the retail water side and the wholesale water and sewer. And I know Chris, it's 7, yeah. All right. The next budget response has to do with the Fort Worth Lab and the services that we're looking for the Fort Worth Lab to provide in the organization.
I'm going to go back. I'm sorry, Dave, that's my bad. On water, I'm curious from the council members, what feedback, if any, have you gotten from residents about water fee increases? Are you hearing negative sentiment, concern from anyone? Now's a good time to kind of bring that up too, because there may be some additional education we need to do, and especially in your budget meetings you've been having with management as well.
In my district, what I've heard specifically to that is, while they're not ecstatic about, any fee increases, they do want to see the city be a little more rapid in the replacement of cast iron pipes. They're tired of, the expected ruptures every time we have inclement weather.
Okay. Anybody else have feedback that may be helpful to the group? Elizabeth?
Well, I think I'd like to hold it until we get to the IR on the cast iron pipe discussion.
That's the main
Yeah,
thing coming.
yeah,
Okay.
so.
Okay. But anything on water utility revenue?
No.
Questions? No? Okay. This is a hard one, and Chris did an excellent job in his presentation. Time's running together. It was week before last, right?
Yes.
I don't remember. that if you look across the country, when it comes to water quality and sustainability, this is a predominant topic. And no other city's experiencing them quite like Phoenix, Arizona right now, which is also a fast-growing city. And their development is now being completely hindered by their ability to deliver water to those projects. And so I'm really proud of our water utility department. No one likes to increase water fees, and I think they've done so responsibly, but it is important we hear from each of you if you're hearing concerns from community members, because it's a wonky topic and it's hard to explain, even though Chris did an excellent job. And if we need additional education on that, we can do that as well.
And again, 8 is on the Fort Worth Lab and the different things we're asking the lab to do for the organization, which goes really from comprehensive planning to benchmarking to data analytics and the budget.
I have just a couple of questions for how it's going to operate with these new folks, given these particular strategies. Thank you. One of the things that I think frustrates me the most as not a council person, but as a resident of the city of Fort Worth, is when I'm driving down the street and I see some construction and I don't know what it is because I'm driving, and chances are I don't know what it is sometimes, and I'm here. But I see construction, and then I see a shiny new whatever it is, replace it. And then I'm driving down the road maybe 6 months, 8 months, a year later, and this all feels familiar. And now we've got some new construction in the same general vicinity. And when we start to talk about stormwater and cast iron pipe replacement and our 50/50 program that are all coming up here, right? So this is timed nicely. Are we doing the most to make sure that as a unit, the city is coordinating these in a very strategic way so that we don't see that? Because it blows my mind when I see it happen. And it was an emergency, right? There's a lot of things that it could be. And so I take that into consideration, but I don't know that we do the best job. And so I want to know how the Fort Worth Lab is going to help us fix that.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. The first answer would be from a planning perspective. This is where the strategic investment plan comes into play, where we're looking at plans across the city, and not just the city's plans, but also like the school district and the water district and others. And we're layering those in, and we're developing plans around timing, as you've talked about, just like we do in our own organization between, say, water and streets. And so development services also comes into play on this, right? And understanding where and economic development and their plans. And so layering all that in and developing that plan in an annual document that's presented to the council to look at where we're headed and to be a tool, not just for the city, but also our partners in the community, like I said, the school districts and others. So from a planning perspective, that's certainly going to be helpful. The other thing that we want to do out of our comprehensive planning group is be a little more, I guess, proactive in developing real-time types of information online so that you can pull up and identify what's going on in any part of the city. And mostly it's our projects, but not necessarily just our projects. It could be other projects. And I know that's been a request of the council in prior workshops is, you want to know where the projects are and the timeline and all that. So we do have some of that now, but we feel like we can do probably a little bit better job in that.
Thank you for that. And I will tell you, and it's not to pick on either one of these departments, but I recently had a meeting. What I would like to see is a more detailed level of analysis when we're doing these projects. I recently had TPW proactively reached out to me about some upcoming projects in the district. And what I realized in that meeting was that we also had a very important parks project right there in that same area. And there wasn't that data share. And a lot of it could be just, you can't know everything. But when we're doing that, there's got to be a better way to data share so that that is all timed out and we know, we flag it. So one department isn't spending money when another one is. And I don't know how we're fitting that in there, but that's really what I'm looking for, is a much more strategic, detailed level so that we are smarter as a whole.
that should be foundational in our work, absolutely.
So are those new positions going to help do any of that
Yeah.
specific level?
Yes, well, I think what I would suggest that we go beyond even what we're talking about in this BR, in that we have more regular planning teams and discussions, just like we do in Development Review Committee. Just from an operating standpoint, we do talk a lot about it in CMO and coordinate, but maybe have more of a working group that meets monthly to talk about projects. And we can convene that as the lab so that we better understand the capital projects that we're also managing as part of that. So we know about them as the lab because we know not all the projects, so it'd be easy for us to step into that role.
Right, I think some sort of, and I think probably at the CMO level, right, is not as sufficient as it should be to really capture those. So I appreciate you trying to work on that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mark? Go ahead, David.
The next budget response is on property tax impact, or property tax reduction and the impact on tax increment financing districts. And so, as you know, we have a number of TIF districts, and each time that we reduce the property tax rate, it may affect the projections that are made in each of the tax increment financing districts. And so on the second page, if you look at the impact of the 4-cent recommended tax rate reduction, the TIFs will lose approximately $1 million collectively. And what we've tried to share with you on that chart on page 2 is how each TIF would be impacted with the 4-cent property tax rate reduction. I'll point out the south side, the one we amended, we fixed a minimum. If you remember on their TIF change, we gave them a minimum, so you see they're not impacted with the reduction in the property tax rate.
I appreciate you pulling this together. I personally, as I look at the TIFs in District 9, am comfortable with the changes that it's going to make. There are some in here that I think are not insignificant. And so I'm okay with this budget cycle, but I think what we need to do is, as a body, talk about future, how we want to handle that, because I think we haven't really looked at how we keep, how this lowering of the tax rate really impacts things like this. And this is what we use to revitalize. I mean, this is part of economic development. So we're shooting ourselves in the foot, I think, in some instances. And so I'd like staff to, in preparation for next budget cycle, put some thought and consideration into a policy around that.
That's a good point, because I think what we want to bring to you is we want to evaluate what is occurring in each TIF district. The reason we created a TIF district was to invest in public infrastructure that caused the assessed values to increase, right? And so one of the things we want to test in there is that happening? And I think Southside's the one we most recently reviewed, but there are 2 TIFs that will come up in the next 24 months that are at their either termination or renewal point. That's the downtown TIF and the Lancaster TIF. And so it'd be a good time to do those evaluations.
I have a question. How does it affect our PIDs, the tax rate reduction?
Well, the tax rate reduction shouldn't affect the capital PIDs at all. The next budget response is on the Tarrant County 911. And I think sharing with you some both history and some direction of where Tarrant County 911 is going. I think the city is involved in approving their budget at some point in time.
I have questions about, on the last page of this response under the proposed budget for Tarrant County 911 District Board, it kind of walks through the decrease of $6 million, then talks about the district designating around $6 million specific for next-gen 911 related expenditures. If Valerie could walk this group through that really quickly, that'd be helpful. And what is is there a number in here that's their total budget? Just said a decrease of 6 million.
I believe their total budget number is referenced in the BR. The $6 million, they had funding that they would use for the public safety radio programs, that they would essentially grant out funding to the jurisdictions. And it's really holding that funding tighter into the district and using it to help offset the Next Gen 911 implementation. They've been able to secure some funding from the state, but that's an area that they had been trying to piecemeal some funding together to ensure that that project gets completed.
How many different 911 systems are there in Tarrant County, roughly?
There are, I believe, 32 primary PSAPs and then a number of secondary PSAPs and then some backups. I believe it's 32.
And as they move on Next Gen, are they hoping to consolidate some of that, or what is their thesis right now?
They are hoping that consolidation kind of organically happens here in our region. They just invested, the 911 district invested in a regionalization study that we will bring here to mayor and council and have Sherry Decker, the director, brief you on that report. But it looked at the different PSAPs, the cost of running them, staffing them, training everyone, and really talked through opportunities for regionalization and consolidation. And really, they understand with some of the consternation with people wanting to hold on to what they have, that it's going to be a process and take some education. But as you look at future technology costs, it's going to make sense at some point in time to work together and be force multipliers as we're investing in technology.
Who's the county commissioners court appointee?
It was Rick Brunson,
Okay, so it's staff, it's not a commissioner.
correct?
Okay. Okay. I feel like this is later outside the budget, but for this council to know what's coming, that's a big decision for the county. And I think as the largest city in Tarrant County, obviously working with Arlington too, this is a big shift to make, but much needed in a fast growing area. So just want to make sure that this stays on our radar. Thank you very
And
much.
I know the 911 district is setting up stakeholder meetings to walk through the regionalization report. So I'll make sure mayor and council have that information if they want to join some of those meetings. And then we can have them back here to do an update and also update you on our 911 efforts to look at co-location, which fits into the regionalization efforts as well.
That's great. Thank you, Val. Anybody else?
Okay, the next budget response has to do with animal services, resource allocation, and the shelter staff additions that are in the fiscal year 24 budget. All right. Number 12 is a budget response on tax exempt properties. I think when we shared the breakdown of what would be total value in the city and then what's total taxable, the difference. And so this identifies the number of accounts and the value that is exempt from being taxable, which would include government-owned properties, nonprofits, religious institutions. And if you look on the chart on page 2, it shows year-over-year changes in the amount of tax-exempt properties. Then on page 3, we've shared with you the largest properties that are exempt from taxes. And number 1 is the Will Rogers complex. So when you think of that location and the amount of property and all of it being tax exempt. The next budget response is on the Economic Development Initiatives Fund. And we also attached the policy that was approved back in March of 2023. This was on the heels of the change in the South Side Tax Increment Financing District, where we said we would take some of those funds as we expire TIFs or change TIFs and dedicate it to economic development. the amount of money from that transition from the south side provided the additional $3 million that's included in the fiscal year '24 budget. It's in what we call an incentives fund account to spend the money. Each action would require city council approval. So these are primarily set up to, again, provide cash incentives more on the front end as opposed to a performance incentive. But there's also other, if you look at the policy that was approved in March, it also talks about film incentives. It talks about marketing and other expenses to support economic development.
So David, one quick question here. On the TIF expiring, are we talking exclusively the funds that are residual in the TIF and nothing past that point of disbursement?
Right.
Okay.
The prior conversation we had, and so this is an ongoing conversation, is as we expire TIFs, the previous policy is the entire benefit to the general fund we would use to, if possible, reduce the property tax rate, right? Because that's new revenue to the general fund when a TIF expires. And so with the change on the south side, it was both, we should use part of that change or end of the TIF to, one, reduce taxes, and two, add additional funds to the Economic Development Fund. So it's a combination of reducing the tax rate and more money to the Economic Development Fund.
Any other questions about this one? Is it fair to say, David, and I don't know if anybody from Economic Development is here that wants to speak to this. I see Stearns back there hiding. That we still utilize our policy around what's the ROI for utilizing this money? You know, what kind of company you're bringing here, and what does a long-term investment look like to continue to create a commercial tax base that takes burden off of your residential property owners. I believe our first utilization of this was with probably Monsters. Is that correct, Robert? Come on up, sorry. I'm spending a minute on this because understandably, some public members may be confused about it and don't understand why we would create a fund. But I think that Robert's done an excellent job, at least for this council, describing the why and being really careful with a limited number of dollars that we have to compete with other cities.
Thank you, Ray. Yes, you're correct. The establishment of the fund was really designed to give us some flexibility in the types of incentives that we can offer, but it's still the same analysis. So it's still the same ROI analysis. We look at the payback. What this does is just allow us to be a little bit more creative. So instead of doing these longer 10-year, 15-year deals, we can do some shorter-term projects that just involves utilizing the fund and providing cash up front. So the first, we've actually done two. Smart Action was one that we utilized, headquarters relocation out of California, and then probably Monsters was with the software company that came here.
Thanks, Robert.
Backed by popular demand is the budget response 14, cast iron pipe.
I have questions.
And I think Chris did a good job putting this together. There's another one that's later. It's the 50/50 program with Transportation and Public Works.
I really appreciate you putting this together, Chris. The one, I think, piece of information that would be helpful that we don't have is what the cost of these main breaks are to us as the city, so that we can weigh, better weigh expediting that. Do you happen to know off the top of your head, if we have an estimate of what the first time that Lancaster main pipe break was to the city in loss of water and construction?
Oh, well, in loss of water, I don't have that, but I suspect we lost 25 million gallons as part of that break.
And about, what is that?
So I would say that, when you talk about the cost of the repair, but also we have an emergency, that line is currently isolated from our transmission grid.
Okay.
So it's on our distribution, but it's not on transmission. So if it breaks again, we're not going to have a catastrophic amount of water.
Okay.
But we're doing an emergency repair or replacement on Collier right now. So when you look at all the costs, we're probably going to be over $1 million.
And that's with the cost of water as well?
No,
the
it
loss?
does not include the cost of water.
Okay, excluding. Do we know about how much a gallon of water costs?
It costs us $1.25 per 1,000 gallons from Tarrant Regional Water District, and it costs us the budget to treat the water, and then the electricity cost to pump the water. So when you talk about that, you're adding probably another 50 cents per 1,000 gallons.
And how many 1,000 gallons did we lose that one time?
On that one, we lost about 25 million gallons. So.
I was going to do the
to
math, but I don't think I need to do the math on
let
that
me just-
particular.
This is, I like this point because really, there is a return on investment by minimizing our water main breaks, not only the cost to repair the main, but also on the water loss. And both of those are really priorities for our utility, reducing water main breaks, reducing water loss.
And damages to local businesses are those that are impacted when that kind of thing happens too, which also probably comes out of our risk fund when you're having to pay for those damages, so.
So, and not to harp on this particular water main break, but I think that number provides a really good color for us moving into this next conversation. So,
And it's not just water main breaks.
right,
Leaks also, you know, when you talk about the water, especially a leak that is, with a water main break, we respond to it very quickly. With a leak, it can take time to surface. It can go on for an extended period. And water leaks also cost us a lot of money.
I would be interested to know, do we have any type of estimated dollar value that we lose in leaks annually? I mean, I know that's probably.
So when you look at the actual, we've spent a lot of time on this subject. On an average, about 100,000 gallons a break or a leak, depending on the circumstance. Remember, this 30-inch, 25 million gallons, but on average, maybe about 100 to 150,000 gallons. So there's the cost to repair, and then there's the cost of the water loss.
Okay. And when we have a catastrophic loss, like we did with this Collier, right, we're going to be here a minute, guys, so sorry. When we have a catastrophic loss like we did on that particular water main break, we recoup that funding somehow, right, that money somehow, because we have paid for the water, we have treated the water, and then we have lost the water, and we still have to, right, there was still a cost associated.
That's an operating cost.
Right, and so how do we, is that does risk management cover that? Are we insured for that? Does it just impact our water rate?
No, it impacts our operating costs.
Okay.
Which we use to forecast future operating costs. So it is part of our budget requests when we put together our budgets. Is
Okay.
what has been our historical operating costs.
So, and this is just, it's recent, so it's why I keep going back to it, and it broke twice, and it was all over the news, so I think it's one that we can all conceptualize, and it was big. We're looking at probably about $30 million on that one, right? If we're 1.25 plus 50, I mean, that, well,
No.
5,000. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
How much?
No, I'm, when we're talking about the
I know, I'm like,
repairs
wait a
and
minute
then
here.
that
You said
replacement,
pretend this
I said
out.
I
Okay.
said a 1.5 million.
1.5, sorry.
Not 30 million.
Okay. And so on average, how much do we think that 1.5 million, and then we've got 100,000 gallon loss typically, right? And we had an average how many a year? What I'm trying to get at is how much are we really spending on these old pipes busting? And we know it impacts our water rate, and that water rate impacts our residents. And so are we doing them a disservice by continuing to draw out this particular replacement and not doubling down now? Because what's the cost benefit of that if we're going to have to keep increasing water rates?
Yeah, but I think that we are doubling down. I mean, when you look at the 5-year CIP, we're proposing to increase our pay-go budget every year. When you look at years like we've had last year, years like we've had this year, we try to use any type of excess revenues and move that to pay-go to actually try to accelerate projects. So I feel like we are doubling down. It's something that, you know, we've identified this is a major problem. We've done a lot of times, put a lot of time and effort into studying it. After the February 21 storm, that was something that was just really stressed the I guess, risk that we have related to cast iron pipe. We had 700 main breaks in 7 days. And, you know, I'll say that, like, when we've had our comp plan meetings where I've had a chance to meet with individual council members, one of the maps that I prepare is a map showing the projects that we have overlaid with the main breaks that we had over the year. So you can see that we're trying to focus these rehab and replacement projects on areas where we have clusters of main breaks.
Okay. In the budget response, it says we're starting with the smaller diameters first, correct?
Well, so after the February 21 storm, what I wanted to do was those clusters of main breaks. I wanted to try to deal with those as quickly as we can. But we are going to have to really move quickly on replacing some of the cast iron transmission mains. Obviously, you saw that there is a difference between condition assessment and risk. You have much higher risk when you have a break on a large diameter cast iron pipe. So we actually have, you know, several large diameter cast iron pipes in downtown. We're going to try to move those as quickly as we can. And from a system standpoint, it's not just the risk of the main break. What is happening is those breaks could potentially be between our plant and then our customers. So you're having to pump past the main break in order to move water to the customers. And that's what happened on that event on the 30-inch on Lancaster, is that we had so much water was going through that break that wasn't able to move to the customer base. So we are really struggling. This summer was just kind of an eye-opener in terms of just how much demand we are having on the north side. We, most of our plants in terms of Eagle Mountain, West Side, Rolling Hills, the plants on the more of the peripheral of our system, they operate full out during the summer. And where we catch up with capacity is from moving water from Holly. So if we're having concerns about the risk of the pipeline break by pumping at a higher pressure, higher output from Holly, that's a problem for us. So I will tell you that we will be definitely accelerating the replacement of cast iron transmission mains.
And does the proposed budget allow for that funding since those are larger and?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we always try to make sure and have funding available to participate in TPW's bond program. And then on top of that, what we're going to do is we're going to try to prioritize those transmission lanes. So again, we don't want to have road jobs going in that don't have new utilities underneath them. But in terms of the excess funding, we will most definitely be prioritizing transmission main replacement. And we have a lot already in design. There's transmission mains that go out to the Joint Reserve Base in Lockheed. There's transmission mains on West Park, Camp Bowie, Miller Avenue, Lancaster, and Vickery. So there's quite a few that we're in the works on.
Okay. I guess my last question is I look at what the cost to our resident would be by adding $10 million or $20 million annually. And it's $1.30 would get us another $10 million a year. And so is that worth continuing to have these breaks if it's just going to increase our water?
Well, I think that, you know, we are in the long game on this, right? So
Very long game.
yeah, even like a $10 million increase in 1 year, if it's not something that's sustained, it really is kind of a flash in the pan, so to speak. And what I would like to see is a program that, you know, we have funding increasing over the next 5 years. You know, even the number that we have shown in FY28 of $106 million for PAYGO, I would like to see in FY29 that increasing, FY30 that increasing. And, you know, I would say that the funding level needs to be probably where we're talking about replacing about 60 miles a year between water and wastewater of pipelines. Now think about this. If we have 7,500 miles of pipeline in our system and the average pipe age can last 100 years. That means we should be replacing 75 miles of pipe per year, right? But it's not that simple when you look at the actual install dates of our system, because so much of our system has grown since 2000. I went and looked at the other day, and what was our average age of our pipe? And it's a little over 30 years, 32, 33 years. So by adding the additional funding, it allows us to get some of these old, high-risk, bad-condition pipes out of the system while we have this little lag before the pipes that we installed in 2000 and 2010 start getting aged.
Okay. I guess my last question will be then broader, outside of the cast iron pipe replacement. So I heard you say, based on our system size, and that's all pipe, regardless of its make, we need to replace about 75 miles annually to
So,
keep
yeah,
pace.
don't take into account pipe material, pipe diameter, whatever. If the average age of a pipe before it needs to be replaced is 100 years and we have 7,500 miles, then that's 75 miles of replacement per year, just a straight line depreciation.
So, and again, I know we're talking about cast iron here, but in the budget as it is now, how much are we replacing annually?
So we're required to replace a minimum of 10 miles of sewer line
Okay,
per year. Our goal is to replace at least 20 miles of cast iron pipe. So that's 30 miles right there. But keep in mind that what I'm wanting to do is when I go into a neighborhood and replace all of the cast iron, I'm not wanting to leave an old clay line there.
right.
So really what we have is we have a system set up that potentially we can replace up to 40 miles a year.
So that's about half of where we need to be.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, again, we're going to potentially keep on moving the needle. Now, the other thing is that I'm not talking about inflation too.
Right, that
So
was,
the numbers here are current dollars. So we'll also have to make inflation adjustments as
yeah,
well.
so we're at 1.6 billion in today's dollars. That was one of my questions.
Yes.
But what does that look like in 5 years and 10 years? And are we,
Yeah.
is this keeping up with, like, I'm just very concerned that if we're only doing half of the rate, like, no one wants to increase any service cost to any resident in this city ever. Our goal is always to keep it as low as possible. I think this is a huge risk for our city, that we are only at half of where we need to be. And I'll ask the same question I asked about street striping. What do our residents do in the interim, right? Will they have pipe breaks, their homes flood? And yeah, we have risk management for that, but we can't manage the risk of losing things that are important to us, or losing our sense of safety and security in our own homes because we've got pipes breaking. And so, David, I'm looking at y'all and I'm looking at us to say, is this acceptable to us? And do we want to have a meaningful conversation about investing more in pipe replacement in this budget and budgets to come?
Along those lines, though, I notice here, Chris, that almost towards the end of this IR, the sentence says, to prepare for additional projects, the utility recommends we include any council desired increases in PAYGO funding starting next year in FY 2025. And is that because you feel like if there's going to be additional increases beyond what is recommended this year, you really need this year to plan on what that would actually look like to be able to implement that kind of increase? I'm putting words in your mouth, but walk me through why that was in here.
No, I wouldn't say that's the case. It's just that we do have excess revenues coming in this year that we're
Okay.
going to move to PAYGO. So in a way, we're actually getting some additional funding just by having a extremely hot, dry summer where our revenues have.
Is up, okay.
Is up.
Okay. That makes sense. Any other questions for Chris? Go ahead, Carlos.
Chris, I want to belabor the point that, we've already covered, at the beginning of our budget talks. I first expressed that there's a $20 million shortfall, right, that we knew in the 50/50 cost sharing, between your department and TPW. At that time, spoke to you and Lauren individually, trying to find out what other allocations, can we rely upon? Because PAYGO is not only merely for water and sewer, right, even though it does constitute a large portion of it, but you have other recapitalization projects. They're gonna suffer. I mean, I'm all for, accelerating the amount of cast iron pipe that we can replace, but there is, again, a consequence of that, right? You got to balance it out. I had a very brief conversation with Dana in what other options we have. What other allocations can we tap to maybe not just increase what you need to do, at the rate that you, want to do it, in balance with our other needs. So maybe if I can get either some clarification from you, David, as to, other than PAYGO, where else can we look? I mean, I understand that, we also have a decision to make on what additional costs we shoulder, on our residents. But again, it has to be a balanced approach. It can't be all on them. So what other options?
Well, I think we might want to get to a conversation on that one. I do want to clarify one thing, and this is both on this one and the one on the 50/50 program. When Chris goes in and fixes cast iron pipe or replaces a pipe, he is replacing the asphalt or whatever the street is made of curb to curb. So he is leaving the road in a better condition than he found it. And it's what we would expect of anybody who's going to cut into the streets. What is not getting done on those 50/50 are improvements to the curb and gutter, sidewalks, or driveway cuts. But Chris is returning the street to a better condition than when he got there. And so the question is, do we want to add the additional funds so anytime Chris goes into a street that we're going to fix curb and gutter, driveway cuts, and the sidewalks? Because it's not related to the street at that point. It's the stuff that would touch the street, if that makes sense.
Makes sense. Gina?
I'll just say to the entire body here, Chris is like a turnip, and we're trying to squeeze blood from him. At the end of the day, it's this body's decision. And so if you want to prioritize and put more money to get what you want from Chris's department, that's a decision we have to make. And it puts him in a very uncomfortable spot, knowing how much he has and the budget he's provided based on what he's been told already. And so I would rather see a list of options to get what people want and just see what it takes to get what we want from Chris, as opposed to him pulling money from the air.
Well, I think Councilmember Beck just stood up and she had a lot of thoughts about this, but I feel like you're comfortable with what's proposed right now and understanding that the needs are great. And if council members want to continue to work with your department in individual districts, especially as they approach the next fiscal year, I think would be prudent here to make sure we're keeping up with needed demand.
Yeah, and I'll just make one other comment is that, what we're talking about is PAYGO. And when you look at the next 5 years, we also have a lot of rate stressors related to debt issuance. And, those go to Mary's Creek, those go to an Eagle Mountain expansion. So when you look at the $25 million increase in our capital budget, FY2024, you got $10 million related to PAYGO, you got $15 million related to debt, principal, and interest. And those principal and interest costs are also going to rise in the next 5 years.
Anybody else?
Sorry, Mayor, for clarification, Chris, you talked about capacity right now is really about 40 miles. Is that what you're saying? You said 20, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying about an average of, we've got, $84 million of PAYGO. We can do potentially about $2 million a mile.
Okay, so that's about 40.
I mean, obviously, if we're doing replacements downtown, that's a completely different cost. And if it's large diameter, it's also a different cost.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate your words there too. What I would say is, it sounds like you said a couple times, we are doubling down, we are putting more money into this. PAYGO, you said some other offsets that will happen there. Admiral, listen, these affect all of us. We all have major areas. I just got a text or an email from West Cliff area, Trail Lake Drive, that cast iron replacement. I do think this is important. What I would say is, overall, I think it's a longer term discussion, because right now I don't see the capacity. You're down 77 positions right now in your department, 6 being added, at least from the notes that we got.
Yeah,
So I think there's a
there's
capacity.
the water
issue.
and wastewater fund. I think we're down to 114.
Okay, well, thanks for clarifying. So I think this is probably a
Yeah.
longer term, how do we allocate more resources, but also understanding that overall, the department has the capacity to handle even if those resources were
Right.
allocated.
I go back to the question that Mayor asked at the end of our very first budget meeting, and the question was, is this preparing us for the future and what we proposed? And so I agree. I don't think it's something that I necessarily think we solve today, but I don't think that this is preparing us for the future. And so what I think this has shown us is that we have a year to talk about what it'll look like in the next budget cycle. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Oh,
Chris, one thing that you could send me offline, to do any added work, you're going to need, design staff, as, this IR says. I'd like to know how that affects you internally. That is, do you have enough engineers on staff to do the design work, or do you have to farm this out? Because there is a cost to go contract.
Oh, we most definitely use consultants for majority of our design. Most of our engineers act as project managers. Thankfully, we're mostly staffed up in terms of our capital delivery engineering staff, but I suspect I will be asking for positions in next year's budget on the engineering side.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Chris has also been a hit at these budget meetings, so. All right, the next budget response is on minimum wage and total compensation.
Yes.
And what I'll say is one of our challenges, not challenges, and Deanna's, I think, here if there are any questions, but what we try to share with our employees is we're not just paying $15 or $16 an hour. I don't think anybody's paid 15, so it's more, but let's say 16. With the pension, with health insurance, and so part of this is trying to convince people that it's not a $15 or $16 an hour job, it's a 24-hour dollar job. And we're trying to communicate that with those employees.
David, I appreciate that distinction, that we are very generous in our packages, right? It's not just about your base pay, and I think as anyone negotiates a job, they look at that, but what we are talking about and why the hourly rate matters to these folks is because it's what they're bringing home in their pocket, right? Like a pension is great, but a pension is long-term, and that's actually a privilege to get to think long-term for some folks. And so I appreciate that distinction, and I think we talk about that in recruitment. But for me, and I don't want to speak for Jared, but I can tell by his very cleanly shaven face, you can see all of his facial expressions now, is that this is about making sure that our employees can afford to live here in Fort Worth. And that really isn't about total compensation so much as it's about being able to pay rent.
And, Deanna, you stuck up there all of a sudden. Yeah. So along the line of questioning from Councilmember Beck, and I know Jared will have questions too. If you go to page 204, Deanna, and that second chart that walks us through the full-time employees that are in that pay range. And there's a good description in here on page 1 about who those people are that include temporary and seasonal, but they're library pages, interns, recreation assistants, and maintenance workers. I am curious on the maintenance workers piece, who those individuals are, what kind of jobs they're providing, what departments they're in. And then you made a good point here that I want you to talk about, which is 14% of them are 60 or older. And that it seems to be, you make mention here that these are work opportunities for senior citizens. So is there a concern about, walk us through why the pay range is important to offer those opportunities and the individuals that are filling those jobs?
Yeah, if you look at that budget response, and so good morning, everyone. Deanna Giordano, Human Resources Director. Kind of looking at the budget response and the minimum wage rates and looking at all of the classifications in the city, part of that kind of age demographic was one of the considerations. Who are we extending opportunities to? We noticed that most of those jobs were like 50, 60% of the workers either fall below a very young age, under 29, or over 60. They're entry-level opportunities where they're either filling a need to kind of be in the work environment or just kind of entry-level experience. Many of them are part-time opportunities. If we looked at our entire classification system, only 20 of our job classifications sit at that very low entry-level rate. In the proposed fiscal year 24 budget, 3 of those 20 jobs we're proposing to move up from the $15 entry rate up to $16.45. When we look at kind of those jobs, though, the library pages, the interns, the rec assistants, they require minimal skills in terms of being able to acquire those roles. And so there's certainly opportunities for individuals to get experience. They're not careers, so to speak, and so we do have opportunities for individuals to promote into higher level jobs, and we look at kind of all of those job classifications and the whole classification structure biannually so that we can make sure that we can maintain some market competitiveness with those rates.
That was sort of helpful. So for a maintenance worker, and I notice here you've got arborist also as a full-time person. Maintenance worker, who are those people?
So
What
the
are they doing for
maintenance
the city?
workers that are listed here, and it was noted that most of them sit kind of in the Parks Department.
Okay.
So those are going to be the people that will like maintain the lawns, mow the grass. That's the kind of basic skill set. So it's not the higher skill set in terms of a maintenance worker where you get into more of the specialized trades. This is just going to be the entry-level positions that are performing those functions. So very basic skill sets, mowing grass, maintenance of just some key areas, or maintaining properties or public assets.
Okay. Jared, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple questions, but I'll start with a value statement. How we treat the least among us is important. And when you look at what it costs to live in Tarrant County, that's $2,400 a month. You know, when you look at rent, let me go here to the Alice report. For a single adult, rent is, let me pull this up, give me a second. Rent, $800, utilities, $150, food, $400, transportation, $340, healthcare, $211, technology, $75, miscellaneous, tax payments, et cetera, $2,400 a month. When you look at $15.47 for these 50 employees, that's $2,100 a month. So at best, they're $300 in the hole. And so when I look at 52 employees, I look at the impact, regardless to what their skills are and what they're doing. We are putting them in a situation with that pay to where they can't afford to live in the city that they work for. And so while I appreciate us moving some of these positions to 1645, I think that's the right thing to do. I'm still concerned about the other, 30 or so employees in that range that aren't there. Couple questions, though. One, and you don't have to answer this now, but what would the cost be to move all 52 employees that are full-time to 1640, whatever that number is?
Are you saying moving up to the next range? I missed that, sorry.
So Deanna, in this report, moved 3 classes to 1645 an hour.
Right, okay.
I say Deanna, but the whole team, the
Yeah.
city, the manager, it's not only on you, I know that. And what would it take to take those other classes that are between 15 and 15.99 to that 1645? So that's one. How much would that cost? The second question is, I thought it was helpful to have the range 15 to 15.99. What I would also be curious to know is 16 to 16.99 as well, especially when you look at clerical classifications, service trade classifications, because you have the medians, which is great. But I think it's important in this discussion that we have the minimums and at very least an interquartile range. Not saying we should do that, but the minimums are at least helpful because then it gives us a better picture of who's there. To Councilmember Beck's point, the benefits are awesome, no doubt about that. But what's most concerning is, when costs are going up in every aspect of individuals' lives, the benefits, they can't always cash in to pay rent. Right, they can't cash their benefits in to pay for food. And so I think it's important that we look at those two minimums. What are the minimums for clerical classification and service trade?
So it would depend on their actual, like the entry rate of the position. And so the job of family, this is the median average, is just 2187.
I see.
So there may be a lower entry rate. And again, one of the things that we're very mindful of, when we ask employees to work for the city of Fort Worth, they join us because it's a career opportunity, not just a job. Some of the entry positions that are listed here that have those entry rates, they really are just job opportunities, where individuals may work for us for a season or for a specified duration as they maybe aspire to do other things. But one of the things that we see is, we looked at promotional opportunities in the last 3 years, and 1,500 of our workers promoted. And so we know that that's kind of what we sell is we sell the opportunity, we sell the experience, we sell the entry pay and benefits, but we also sell the career. And that's really what we aim to recruit for, even with interns, where we've talked about we want them to have that public exposure, but really with the goal that they return to public employment in different career opportunities. I think the one thing we can certainly look at is kind of just those different brackets that you identified there, Jared, with the 16 to 1699. But one of the things that we have to be very mindful of as a city is that we do those biannual reviews. We just completed one in 23 that's being proposed for introduction in 24. We'll do it again in 25. Is that when we do it holistically, it has an easier, it's easier to adopt in the organization because it doesn't create compression across all of the other job classifications. So we have to be sure that we're looking at the entire salary structure and the classification system so that we don't create some downstream impact on positions. So that's just kind of looking at it through that lens as well.
Yeah, I understand that wholeheartedly. And I think we do need to look at it long-term, but specifically for these 30 or so employees, I think it's reasonable to get an understanding of what does it look to move them to 1645. I think it's a value statement as a city. Even if folks are working because they want to create opportunity for themselves in the city, that doesn't negate our responsibility to be able to ensure that if they want to, they can live in the city they work for. And at $15 an hour for a single individual, you can't do that. And especially if that single individual has one child, two child. Like I just gave you statistics for just a single person household. But when you talk about a single mother or a single father, right, or even some of these folks in the older category who are a caregiver or taking care of their grandbaby or their niece or their nephew, right? This 1645 isn't even probably going to do it, but we need to start moving to that
That's
direction.
right.
No matter why they're in that position, we still should pay them so that they can live in the city.
I think I had a question.
Go ahead, Chris. Gina?
I appreciate those comments on that, Dr. Williams. I got a question along those same lines. When we was talking about the police budget, police recruitment, we talked about, we had an analysis how we were far different from other recruitment classes in the pay for the local cities around. Have we did an analysis on these positions that are at the $15 mark for other cities that are local?
Yes, we have. And so we just completed that this past year. And the changes, so those 20 job titles that you see on that table on page 2, 3 of those classifications warranted adjustment where the others did not. So it's showing that our pay is consistent with other markets, both public and private. So we purchase private pay data to make sure that we align with those entities as well. And then we look at Texas cities in the region as well as just across the state, and we are in line with their market competitiveness as well. So that's why we didn't recommend the movement of all of those classifications, just the 3 that were called out.
Right, and that's understandable, and that's also respectable. And I think to his concern is that if we know what the position is of these employees not meeting the threshold of receiving enough income to just take care of themselves and have a place to stay, I think it is our due diligence as the city, because when you talk about these positions versus the county, we're really not in line. I know we're talking about the city in different cities, but versus the county, we lose good people because we're not paying. And I'm having concerns, and I know none of these is on this list, but some of our staff that's in the CMO office and in our mayor and council office not level at the pay that they should be. Not sure what my throat is, I'm just working up. Is it all of us? that we really need to look at that analysis of really trying to keep good talent here at the city of Fort Worth and showing them that we respect them for the services that they're doing. And I'm very curious to see what that's going to do to our budget, because if we're talking about $1 here, are we really talking about, pennies, nickels on a penny? So I really like to see what that looks like.
Mayor Pro Tem Bivens.
Just one observation to share with everyone, and perhaps, Deanna, you can incorporate this in any kind of response you give. We need to think about, number one, people are stealing employees all over the world. I've told you all before, there are more openings right now nationwide than there are qualified people to fill those positions. That's research, that's data. What we need to think about is, as we look at our employees, how do we balance the loss of an employee compared to the cost of onboarding a new employee? That's a cost there. When we lost Jocelyn, who went to the city of Irving, that was a cost to replace her. And I'm not one to talk about salaries, but we do have to weigh in. Are we paying enough to make people feel that they're valued because your money is tied to your value? Or are we just hiring at whatever level we are to train people to go to other cities? And so, but the cost of onboarding of new employees will certainly hit you more if we're not paying enough to keep them. That's information that Deanna knows. I don't keep up with that kind of data. But just know, as we continue to lose them, we end up spending more because we've got to train the people who want to come in.
Yeah.
So it's a catch-22, and I just think this council needs to keep that in mind, too.
So it sounds like we want to see a total cost of what it looks like to increase that, heeding your warning on understanding the compression issue that you're facing. But also, on some of these positions, I'd be curious how long someone is in that position. To your point, do they promote pretty quickly? Do they move into a new range?
Yeah.
I would be more concerned if we have people that have been stuck for a certain period of time because of their skill set and we're not increasing them accordingly for someone that's dedicated. I don't think that happens. I hope that our departments are really taking care of their employees, but sometimes that can happen. That's more important to me also to understand. And then I also want us to be careful and understand more from you later on our senior population, making sure we still have accessible jobs for our seniors and reserving those. And you could see a scenario where if you increase that pay too much, you're going to eliminate that opportunity for a senior that's willing to fill that role because someone younger comes in for the career path opportunity. So that's the balance we need to create there also. Yes, Carlos.
Yes, Mayor. If I can segue into what you just said, and as well as everyone else's comments, I think we're all sensitive, to those that are at the lower salary bands and how they can afford, to live in the city of Fort Worth and get justly compensated. And that's inclusive of, all benefits paid. I also recognize that you need a compensation strata. Back to your point about avoiding that compression on the other end of the scale. Here's my request. I would like to see, maybe if you can quantify it if possible, and this is specifically geared for the lower bands, at what point does, say, HR make a decision to say, you know what, it's no longer cost effective for us if we increase that compensation? At what point do you, the editorial you, make a decision to say, we're outsourcing?
I would say that's not a HR decision.
Okay.
That's a department decision. A department is expected to provide the best service at the lowest cost. And that means if that could be procured in the marketplace cheaper, then they go to the marketplace and procure it cheaper.
I stand corrected, okay, if it's a departmental, concern, each department's gonna be different. I'm not trying to give you a lot of work, but again, if you wanna relegate it, to the lower bands, maybe, that would be sufficient. I'd just like to know at what point do departments then make a decision to say, you know what? Sure, we can raise the compensation, but then it's no longer cost effective.
That's part of the decisions that we have to factor. I'd like to just close with two things. I do want to commend the city of Fort Worth for doing the biannual market reviews. That's not customary that you see in cities. Typically, they start it and then they suspend it because of the cost associated with it. And so the city has fulfilled that commitment, historically over at least the last decade, if not longer. And the other piece is that we also move our pay range. And so we don't let our entry pay range stay at that entry point. For the last 2 years, we've moved it up. And we'll continue to propose that strategy going forward so that we can get to employees having a living wage, being able to reside in the city that they work in. But it's all about attracting individuals to the organization and keeping talent. We have a lot of boomerang employees. So for those that leave, we see a lot of them come back. And part of it is because we are a great employer and we do provide great benefits.
Yeah, and I just realized something. If any of that is sensitive information, thinking of you, Leanne, then in executive session.
Thank you.
She hasn't barked at you yet. She's been okay.
It's
Been
coming.
Pretty
It's
calm.
coming.
Yeah, it's coming, yeah. Thank you, Deanna. We appreciate you.
Hey, Mayor, just real quick.
Hey, by the way, we all still make less than that, just so you know. In case you were curious. Just laying that out there.
Mayor, I just want to make sure David got that, that additional follow-up response. You're good on that? Okay, great.
Okay, the next budget response is on general fund budget actuals, and we've gone and have done trends from 19 to 22. And it kind of fits in what Chris just went over. At the end of the year, if Chris has excess revenue or has underspent his budget, he takes that money and puts it into capital, right, for the pay-as-you-go. That's how he's been increasing the pay-as-you-go amount. If you get more revenue or spend less money, those reserves go to that purpose. We have essentially been doing some of that same thing in the general fund. We will end the year on September 30th. We will do what we call the close out of the year. Oops, excuse me. And then we'll come back and it's either December or January and tell you how we did from the prior fiscal year. What did we over-collect on revenue or under-collect? And as you've seen, there's been years we've under-collected on revenue, particularly the COVID years, and where we underspend. And then we come back to you and say, here's how we think we need to spend that excess revenue, underspending expenditures. And we've shared, I think on page 3, our actual slides from those times we come back and say, here's how we recommend spending that excess revenue, underspending of expenditures, and we treat it as one-time spending because it's not expected to continue year over year. So in 21, you see we advanced some of the arterials. This is before the 2022 budget or the bond referendum. We also did some other one-time spending. If you look at fiscal year 22, that was setting aside money for the Juneteenth Museum, the Digital Dome at the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History. And then there's still some balance in that capital project shortfall, although I think we spend more than half of that. And to spend any of that capital project shortfall, those all come to the city council for approval. We've, and I think we've shared with you in this budget response what will happen or what has happened in the past 4 years. We expect that for the fiscal year ending this September, we'll have excess revenues again. We will also have underspending. We're still looking at what that number is going to look like. The other part I want to point out, and this is when we talk about fund balances, and each fund that the city has a fund balance. The water department is a fund balance. The CCPD is a fund balance. And as those budgets grow, just to keep the same percentage, if your fund balance is a percentage of a total, and the total is increasing, that fund balance has to increase each year. So we are counting every year that as we as the budgets grow, that the fund balances need to grow too. And so we're counting on some of that excess revenue, underspending of expenditures to contribute to that growing fund balance. Does that make sense? So some of that excess revenue, some of that underspending is needed to keep just the same fund balance percentage as the prior year. Did I get that? No. Yeah.
Thank you, David. I have a couple of questions here. I guess the first would be with regard to fund balance. Why don't we budget to increase those or maintain those?
So actually, we have those conversations, and I'm personally not a fan of budgeting reserves just to create reserves. I would rather be conservative on the budgeting and then manage it during the year in order to have those reserves, but not to build it into the budget up front.
Okay. I think it's an interesting conversation. If it's a fund that we rely on but don't want to actively plan it, but that's here nor there. I did want to take a moment and maybe you could explain a little bit better about what we're doing to more aggressively forecast our sales tax collections moving forward, since we had, significant variances the last 2 years there.
We have had significant variances post-COVID. So I think you have to go to COVID, it was flat. And we actually, for a year or two, didn't know what the rebound would look like. And if you remember that chart of Austin and Fort Worth, we've rebounded stronger than any other cities in Texas. So that has kind of caught us a little bit. And so our estimate for the '24 budget moves, if I remember, sales tax projection to $250 million, right? Which I can't remember the percentage over what we expect for this year, but it's essentially an 18% increase over the budgeted amount for fiscal year '23. So it's a very healthy projected increase. Now, the thing about sales tax, too, is it doesn't sneak up on you, and we share with the council every month what the sales tax looks like. It might be 4 months in arrears, but we'll be able to see a sales tax downturn coming, right? I don't think it just sneaks up on you unless we have another COVID situation where you shut down an economy, but we're not counting on that anymore. And so if we see that let's say sales tax starts slowing down and we see that coming, then that makes management say, what do we need to do in the upcoming year to better manage expenditures because the revenue might not come in as expected? So to me, we're being more aggressive on the projection, but we still, I think, have time to manage during the year if it doesn't produce that amount.
David, how quickly do we capture sales tax? Like, what's the lead time for the city to actually see that revenue?
Yeah, 2 months.
2 months? Thank you.
Any other questions on this one? Thank you, David.
Okay, the next budget response is on the acceleration of stormwater projects and information about the stormwater fee credit policy. And so what I'll just touch on briefly is we've provided 3 different scenarios, and this is all about accelerating the capital side of the stormwater projects. So if you remember from their presentation, they talked about the 15% increase and what it meant over a period of time. And if we wanted to accelerate those projects, I think our staff provided, and they're all pretty hefty increases. So up front, if you wanted to do a one-time, it's 42.5. We could do it over 2 years. They're 2 double-digit increases, or we could do over 3 years and 3 double-digit increases. And I think part of if we do 15% this year, it doesn't preclude us from having another rate increase next year if we want to accelerate the schedule. And so I think that was the intent of providing a couple of the different scenarios.
I really appreciate, this is very useful. One, when we talk about the magnitude of this project, we can talk about how much it costs total to spend, but when you really put it in paper on what we would have to do to get there, it's really astronomical. And I appreciate going through the exercise of this, but when we look at what these huge fee increases get us, if my math is correct, which I went to law school, not math school, but we're looking at like an 8-year, a difference in 8 years or 10 years or 7 years and when we'd be able to deliver these projects. And that's about a decade ahead of schedule. And so I'm not advocating for the fee increase this year, but likewise with water, the question goes back to, are we preparing ourselves for the future? One, I don't think we are when it comes to stormwater. I think we have not placed a priority on mitigating what we didn't get right over the past decade. And now we have to look at what placing a priority looks like financially on our city. And it's a pretty big ticket. And so I appreciate that, but I'm going to give you the same direction I gave water, is that we have a year to really grapple with this and figure out how we're going to pay for it. Because what it's real clear is that we can't do that with the increase of service fees. I mean, we could increase until the cows come home, but we're not seeing a huge return on that.
I just want to acknowledge staff for sitting down with me, helping me understand their methodology, and that my district didn't see itself rise to the top in terms of need. And I fully am in support of them because I remember when we had the rains from hell and when we had the flooding, staff worked with TxDOT immediately and started giving some remedies for the problems that we had. And so I think they did that just so I wouldn't be screaming and hollering, but just want to acknowledge staff for being very, very thorough in explaining how they prioritized the projects they did, and thank them for their work with TxDOT around the Wilbarger Bend, which is where we had loss of life. So hats off to you guys. I see you, Jennifer. Yes, I'm talking about you. Thank you.
Aaron? Yeah, just a brief comment on Upper Lebo, even Lower Lebo. When I first started here as a council member, I appreciate Stormwater staying very focused on this multi-phase approach to resolving the flooding issues there. There has been loss of life historically. There's always a potential for loss of life on any of these projects here. So I don't want to oversimplify, pay now, pay later, right? We have to take this piece by piece and continue to make progress while balancing, our budget priorities. So I appreciate staff's recommendations along the way. Continue to be supportive of what they forecast.
All righty. The next budget response was on Pierce City police budgets and expenditures. So what we've shared with you are the top cities in the Metroplex and top 10 cities in Texas. And to me, one of the interesting points, there are other cities that have a crime control and prevention district. In the Metroplex, it's Grand Prairie, and statewide, it includes Corpus Christi. So this just kind of shows you what the spend or the budget is in the different cities, both from a percent of their general fund, whether they have a CCPD or not, and then a per capita spend.
Any questions, council? No?
The next budget response is on city marshal compensation.
Yeah, but question on that, I guess.
Deanna?
Indiana, when last we met, there were a couple of questions regarding the compensation of the marshals' jobs, how they compared, to our peer cities. Thank you for providing this information for us. I see as far as the Marshal 2 position, that's pretty clear. We're in a, decent competitive stance. I want you to talk a little bit about the senior deputy city marshal and why we don't have any Deputy City Marshal 1 employees.
So I'll talk about the senior deputy marshal first, and so you can see kind of just the pay comparison. And really what we look at is the average base salary to align whether or not those are actual wages that other cities pay their employees and that we pay our employees to assess if we're competitively placed. And you'll see that's averaging about 98%. That's a good gauge in terms of the pay for that particular job. As it relates to the Deputy City Marshal 1, it was a classification that was created not long ago, and is to create an entry point for individuals to be able to, again, explore the career and potentially promote into that job family at the higher levels. And so the Marshal 1 has been a position that we created an auto reclass program on, so they could come in at an entry with some very basic skills and then promote into higher level jobs. We haven't utilized it, at least in the time that I've been here for the last 2 years, and William is also here and he can kind of add additional information.
Good afternoon, Mayor, or morning, Mayor and Council. It's an afternoon yet, sorry. So that is accurate. We actually were using this as a way to look at improving recruiting. So prior to the deputy marshal or before it was just deputy marshal, it required at least 2 years of experience as a minimum. This was an entry-level position that was created, and we actually have done some other things working with HR related to sign-on bonus and some other items. And so with that, we're seeing success with filling those positions. It was a new position essentially created to help us be more competitive, to get those individuals who either are fresh out of the military, let's say, and they have a certification, but maybe they don't have the years of experience yet, or maybe they just graduated from one of the academies, self-sponsored. So it's allowing us to be a little more competitive in those areas.
I'll share with you just with some of those additions that we've made, in addition to like the education and the certification, allowing both of those to be applied rather than just one, the sign-on bonus and then utilization of the deputy marshal. One, what we're seeing just in the last year, we saw 19 qualified applicants from this time, October of 22 through current. Just in the last 2 months, we've seen 11 qualified applicants. So all of those efforts are assisting with us attracting individuals to the role.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to jump to getting some information. Tell me about the matrix incentive for TCAL certification. So this was suggested, brought up in April of this year. What has been the reception or reaction from the Marshal's Department on that? I see this as generally a good thing. Could you give me some feedback there?
Yes, from a staff standpoint, we have received positive results, and there were two things that were, number one, we made some increases related to the TCOL certification, and in addition, prior to this, you could be paid for either the education incentive or the certification. This allows now for them to get both, and so that was a change as well, a positive change, but the responses have been positive.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, almost finished. The next budget response had to do with water and TPW related to cast iron pipe and related to the 50/50 program. I think TPW had made a budget request as part of this year budget for an additional $20 million to keep up with Chris. And again, that would do not street improvements, but it would do curbs, driveway cuts, and the sidewalks. And again, we can talk about different ways of meeting that request, either as part of the 2026 bond program or increasing the amount of money we set aside for pay-as-you-go. As you read that budget response, TPW does not recommend reallocating the amount of their pay-as-you-go to add that $20 million responsibility, but would want an increase of $20 million. So more on that, I think, to come.
If I could just get, if someone could walk me through this program like I was a Marine. Yeah. And yeah. So water comes in, and I guess what want to make sure I understand is, in the scope of things, we're looking at projects, and we say water has either a cast iron pipe to replace or something, and y'all walk me through what that looks like and who replaces what, because I think I don't understand, like, when TPW runs out of money, water's still replacing infrastructure, and how does that, I mean, I get they make the street drivable again, but if you could walk me through that ballet.
Yeah, sure. So good afternoon, I'm Lauren Prier, Director for Transportation and Public Works. And each year, our engineers between Water Department and Public Works coordinates our work plan for either this year or the coming years or the future bond programs. And so we're looking for where we have work in common, where the Water Department needs to replace cast iron or sewer pipes, and where TPW has a road in a failed condition or needs a maintenance procedure, so that we can go in and do all the work at one time. It's easier for the community, and it's more cost-effective for us as well. Less mobilizations, one contractor. So when we do this, the Water Department, before we would actually do this separately. Water Department would go out with a contractor, do their utility repairs, and then we would come out at a later date to do the roadway repairs. So this program started, I want to say, in around 2018 to do these jointly. And let's see, did that answer your question? Or and so when they will go and replace the utility, and depending on the condition of the street, if the street has failed, is in a failed condition, they will do a permanent trench repair. If the street is in a good condition, they will do what is called an MOL, a mill and overlay. And so a mill and overlay is not a structural repair. It is more of a maintenance procedure. And that is where you're going to see the paving from curb to curb.
And is that TPW funded, that overlay, or is that water funded?
So when we do not participate, that's when you're going to see the MOL.
Okay. And so are we at a place, at least where this funding gets us, if we're replacing a water line, that we have the funding to replace those identified streets that are at that replace level?
So no, that's where we were requesting the $20 million, is because we know that the cast iron replacement in their program is primarily in streets that have reached the end of their useful life. So we know at some point we're going to have to come back and reconstruct these streets. And so right now our funding is at about $3.5 million per year. Water Department matches that with another $3.5 million. Right now, our lane replacement cost is about $2 million per lane mile. So if we're able to split that cost 50-50 with TPW's $3.5 million, we can do about 3.5 lane miles per year.
And I'm assuming we do this, it doesn't just save TPW dollars, it doesn't just save water dollars, but it probably overall combined saves us dollars to do these construction projects together, yes?
Yeah, I think, John, just one with the single mobilization, the single contractor, as well as inflation costs. This year we've seen 30 to 60% inflation in our neighborhood streets program alone. And so just cautioning you, when Water Department does come and do these MOLs, while it may look pretty to have that fresh paving, again, that's a maintenance treatment only. So we will still need to come back and reconstruct that street.
So we're going to pay for maintenance and then pay for reconstruction at a later date?
Yes, that is what will happen.
That does not seem efficient. I get funding is an obstacle to this, but just.
Depending on age and condition,
Yeah.
yes, of the street.
So we'll go back to what I said about the Fort Worth lab and encouraging everyone to try to maximize on this. And I think we should probably look at what that 50-50 looks like. And 50-50 seemed arbitrary, right? It was probably an internal policy decision, but should it be 50-50 at this point to make sure that we aren't just putting a Band-Aid on something that we're going to have to go back and fix later, because we're paying for that Band-Aid and we're paying for the fix. And I'd rather just pay for the fix up front. Thank you.
Alan.
So Elizabeth, thank you. I agree with everything you said there. And
A record.
Lauren?
Yeah.
Yes. Lauren, I just want to add some color so we really understand the total scope of this. That 1,800 lane miles, that's about a third, 30% of our total lane miles of roads that we maintain in the city, I think.
So we maintain 8,100 lane miles, so
So my math was off. I figured it
bit.
at 6,300. So 25%, a little more. Still a significant portion, but you just said $2 million per lane mile. We've got 1,800 lane miles, so that's $3.6 billion, right? Just for this portion. That's not including the water portion as well. So I really think this is an issue that we have to have a holistic long-term plan around. I completely agree with Councilwoman Beck.
Well, and there's an example in the budget response where, our 2022 bond program, the Neighborhood Streets Program was funded at about $80 million, and we're getting about 50 lane miles out of that. And all of those lane miles are coordinated with the Water Department.
Any other questions?
Just a statement. I know it's difficult, Lauren, because no roadway is the same, right? I mean, if we were able to find one policy to rule them all, I mean, life would be simpler. But I can point to, 27th Street, 28th Street, that need infrastructure replaced. The moment you start digging into that, guess what? All that does not match up with our complete streets. So what do you do in that case? You're gonna have to find buku bucks to replace all that at the same time. It's difficult. I mean, the impacts are different across the board, but, we have to keep exploring it.
Yeah, so I think the point is, we know these streets are at the end of their useful life. They're going to require capital reinvestment, and how is the best way to do that and fund that?
Any other questions for Lauren? Thank you, Lauren.
And now, the final budget response is on vacancies and the fiscal year '24 recommended positions. I think we've talked around this already.
Yeah.
Mayor, that concludes the budget responses.
Okay, council, I think what we're going to do is break for lunch. I think a few of you had something going on at lunch you needed to try to get to. So if we reconvene around 1, does that work? Ish? Okay. Okay. Heavy on the ish? Chris? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay. Then we'll
1-ish.
adjourn until 1. Thank you. little out of order. Did that work for Renee to do that? Yes, for him to go first? He was good. Renee was going first? Okay. So we're going to call to order and just let you know we're going to have, I'll do that. So we're back in session. And Renee Tellis is going to go through feedback we've received in our budget workshops first, and then we'll go into David's presentations, if that works okay. Renee, you're up. Renee, they can go away. Budget engagement. Renee, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Yes, we are so safe, so clean, so green. And that motto came about kind of the belief that the tribe has more experience and knowledge than any one person. And so I pulled together members of the citywide PIO group from different departments in my team. We did this brainstorming activity one day to be able to come up with what the slogan should be, and we landed with so safe, so clean, so green. So Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Renee Tellis, Chief Communications Officer. So I'll call it our warm-up act for engagement in the height of summer from June 6th through July 9th. We took in comments and photos and asked that they place them all in places that they would like to see improvements. Our residents would like to see improvements throughout the city. We received 40 images on issues and comments. And I remind our council members as we look through the different kind of platforms and things that we've done so far that, well, we'll get good analytics behind it. It's not exactly scientific, and that we listen each and every year, all year long, in different ways through our boards and commissions, neighborhood association meetings, different things that we do. The center of what we kind of do in relation to getting the word out are our city news stories. And we continually look at the analytics for our city news stories. We are providing regular website updates regarding the city budget, and we've been featuring those in city news. And as you can see, which is really unusual for us, just this week, the train story usually does #1 and surpasses everything that we do. But the #1 and #2 stories were related to the budget. And so it shows that there's a lot of interest in what we do. I can get into specifics about the numbers that we reach with you individually, but they're really good. And I think that City News has such a strong following that MailChimp will say that 17% is a good open rate for newsletters and is considered the average of all industries. And our residents more than double that in our City News subscriptions. So these stories that we write for City News then become our web stories and the basis for our social media posts. In the coming days, you're going to see a push in relation to helping folks understand how this is all broken down for them, and the fact that the city of Fort Worth represents only about 29% of their overall tax bill, and informing folks on that, and where the other entities actually are being, their tax dollars are being sent to. So we have a platform called Thought Exchange, and a solid engagement strategy has multiple ways to engage, particularly for individuals who might not have the luxury or the opportunity to attend one of our night meetings or on the weekends due to childcare issues, shift work, and so we have a platform available for them. For this engagement, we pose the question, what are your thoughts, concerns, or ideas related to the City of Fort Worth's 2024 proposed budget? And thus far, our participants have offered up thoughts and ideas to the question and rated those thoughts more than 208 times. Here we can see that the tool shows us that in our prerequisite analysis, we're asking them to identify what part of the city they live in, and nearly 60% using this particular tool identified as living in the north, 23% in the south. So this is a great tool for backside analytics. Slightly fewer could identify their council district, and those who did, we see lots of 11% and 42% from District 4 with this tool. you have a question, Carlos? Okay. Yes.
Really, only 22 people responded? Is that,
To this question.
oh, to this question?
Of-
We'll
of
go
sa-
back to the last slide. That's 22 people total?
Answered that question.
Got it, okay. So,
So I'll get you what the total number of people that are
Okay.
logged on to take the tool.
Okay.
So, but what you really look at is as you'll see in a minute, the rating of the ideas. Okay, so from those ideas that are being posted, here's a general word cloud. And then the way that happens is people are putting up their ideas and answering the general question that we've asked. And these are the top three. An individual has gone in and written this, and the respondents have, through those 200 plus ratings, ranked these as the top three. And as we see at some of our in-person meetings, there's sometimes a degree of misunderstanding in relation to public sector organizations, from education and ISDs to transportation entities, who runs what. So as it stands, number one, the thought is associated with the efficiency of bus lines in the zip zone. And then number 2 and 3 are both related to homelessness. Just for our public that may be listening and want to take part in this, this is the QR code, as well as the URL and a code that you can text if you'd like to participate in that. Ongoing through the middle of the month. Now onto our roadshow. Slide 60 of our manager's roadshow PowerPoint shows this from mid-August through late September. We are working a series of meetings with each council member in their offices to determine the place and time for some 15+ meetings. Promotion includes English and Spanish graphics package provided to each office, shared with the district office staff, and promotion on our central platforms and paid advertising in Nextdoor to better target stakeholders. And after last evening, we're about 2/3 through our engagement opportunities and have reached approximately 150 individuals through our first 10 meetings. For the format, it's generally about an hour and a half, split between sharing budget highlights and overviews, and then discussion with residents associated with those questions. And we're also asking questions about additional initiatives that are in the budget that maybe they would like to see, including firefighters, more firefighters, enhanced community center hours, improved responsiveness to residents' requests through an additional concrete crew, more funding for home repair, additional restaurant and food inspectors. And so these are these sheets, if you're a council member who has not had one, that are actually put up at the council meetings. And the individuals are given 3 precious dots, of which they are asked to place a dot by what they would like to see as their most important issue. So through the dot exercise, if we look at these citywide, the top 3 issues out of all of those particular topics are the additional police officers, street repair, and funding for homelessness. Slightly different, but also interesting, is if we look at these, this is the tabulation of the dots thus far. So if you have not had your city meeting, you are not included in this midpoint calculation. But if we look at the map, particularly as you move more north, the number 1 issue that folks are identifying at their meetings are police and then homelessness. Up north further, Councilmember Blaylock, your number 2 is concrete. As you move further kind of south, you'll see homelessness pop up just slightly more within the district. So, all of these comments that we are hearing and questions that we're receiving are going to be logged, and we'll be providing those to you and your staff. At this point, questions and comments we're hearing are placed on large buckets at our multiple meetings, and those also that are coming to us online. And I'll just scroll through some of these to give you some examples. Within the police bucket, the need for more officers. How do we use technology to help police? TPW sidewalks around schools, neighborhood services, what programs are available to help people stay in their homes, general questions, can we limit the type of homes that come into neighborhoods? In the homelessness bucket, what can be done to address panhandlers at intersection and businesses, libraries? What is the plan for the central library replacement? And then from tonight on, we have a few more meetings that'll take us through the remainder of what we have left to not only push our in-person meetings, but all of our platforms that we have. I'd like to really give a shout out to Michelle Goot, who is leading our engagement team, and the engagement team that you see there, as well as the staff, executive, and department directors that show up at each of our meetings, but particularly the engagement staff who get there, put out the wayfinding signs so people can know where to find the meeting, put out the chilled water that we have for folks and the snacks, get sign-up tables ready, and do all of that prep work as we have each of our meetings.
Thank you, Renee. Any questions, council, for Renee? Yes, Gina.
Renee, I really appreciate the strategy planning, but can you go back to the attendance count?
Per district.
Yeah. Okay. And I think you said so far we've had about 150.
Total.
When I saw that, I started emailing my office right away, because we have our meeting Saturday.
Mhm.
And I don't like a meeting with under 50 people. So what do you think, and I'm not asking you to be the wizard here, okay? But we got a lot of people who live in the city. And usually it's those who are unengaged who come and express their displeasure.
Right.
So what are we doing to get the outreach? What's the strategy letting the public know about these meetings? Because I think these numbers are dismal, but I don't put that on you. But what are we doing so that we can figure out how to get more people out?
Thank you for that. We are maximizing all of the platforms that we have, English, Spanish, putting it on the homepage, working with council members like we did with you to do a robocall if that's what the demographic fits. Yours did go out this morning for your meeting. So I think that when I talk to my peers in other municipalities and even in the government sector in general, COVID did something that that took people away from finding importance of an in-person meeting. And so that's kind of why, strategy-wise, I'm looking to use other platforms that we can still get that information from. But we have seen a dip that is coming back after COVID. With COVID increases, we'll see what happens as of late. But I think people got out of the habit of attending an in-person meeting.
I agree totally with you on that. We see that at job fairs, folk just got comfortable. What I would ask you to do, and thanks for getting the robocall out. For those of you who don't know, I do robocalls for my meetings. And it's not scientific, but it at least gets people out to whatever you want to have. And I always have good numbers. But Renee, what I would suggest, and I was writing my team because I forgot to tell the churches, I'd like to see what hands-on strategies you could use. Say, for example, making sure the neighborhood churches get the announcements. And for me, I have a list of when churches receive announcements. And they may be the old-fashioned way in person, or they may have the high powered stuff like TD Jakes does, and it's technology. But I really believe we could reach more people if we use some of those common places of worship. And I do a lot of my meetings at churches in my district, and so lucky for me, one of my pastors is also on the Hearst City Council, so we meet there all the time. But we have got to figure out how to break through so that people know what we're doing. And again, I stress, I don't put that at your feet.
And part of that is us working with your offices. Like we have to provide you the graphics, the material, and the outreach. And even we've worked with each of your offices on the date, the place, and the time, and relying on your expertise within your district for you to be able to tell us when that might most work for you. So all options are open.
Because I haven't done all my job for Saturday. But one thing that is common for me and Carlos is it helps us when you send us graphics. to always send them as JPEG format as usual, and of course in Spanish. I don't need anything in Vietnamese, that's not necessary, but that's one thing that Carlos and I have struggled with for years, making sure when the flyers come that they are in JPEG format. But thank you for the presentation, it's very helpful. I like the topics, I like the strategy, I'm just not real happy with people not coming.
And I should add on the city news, we've, again, this being the foundation of what we're trying to get out and the different things that we get out. We've had 19 stories so far, and we have another 11 slated before the adoption of the budget. Just kind of finding those nuggets out of the budget that people might be interested in that pushes the analytics to the top.
Thank you.
Yes, Charlie.
Hey, Renee, can you go back to that property proportions slide real quick?
The which one?
The property tax proportions. Because I think that's going to go back to Elizabeth's point earlier about breaking it down for a Marine to understand. And yeah, hey, there's no math at least, so at least you don't have to worry about it. I'm trying to. Well, and I appreciate that. So what I'm just looking at, aside from pretty colors, indicates tax rate increase or decrease. I'm assuming that means as proportion, but it seems to me like if I'm looking at it as the Marine, it looks to me like 29% rate increase.
Yeah, instead of.
Yeah, that is.
You know what I mean?
Point taken. We have not gone public. This was my first
Okay.
kind of, yeah,
Awesome.
so thanks for pointing
So
that out.
if you need a Marine to approve it or, yeah, we can make it Marine proof for you if you'd like. More colors.
Any other questions for Renee? Thank you, Renee. David, you're up.
All righty, my job is to make talking about the property tax rate fun. How about that as a starter? And so what I'll do right off the start is, this is, I think, more helpful if it's conversational. So if I say something that might be provocative and it causes a question or two, to take it as we go. Because this is really getting into, when we talk about the property tax rate, some of this is policy, some of it is practice, some of it is philosophy or the thinking behind local government finance. So I really want it to be a conversation as we go along. Because at the end of the day, it really is about finding the right balance. I'll start this way. Everybody wants a lower property tax rate, right? You heard from the budget response and going through those, there are still lots of needs out there in the community that are not being met, right? So this is a balance of trying to balance needs both from an operating budget, from an infrastructure standpoint, and then how much can we afford to pay through the property tax rate? So just a little bit talking about philosophy or policies. And the first one is about having a long-term perspective, because some of the stuff that we talked about today, we can't do in a year. So it's more of where do we want to be in the future, and also think about where we've been in the past. And in some of these slides you've already seen, but I'll walk through some of those. It has been the policy of the council that the goal is to reduce the property tax rate. And there's lots of reasons to do that. I'll just touch on a few as we talk about some of the history in the slides. But it's not just about helping homeowners. The values are going up at a pretty high clip. We need to be more competitive in recruiting businesses. So there's other reasons to reduce the property tax rate as well. But again, thinking about the balance of service and infrastructure. Over the past number of years, we've been able to invest more in infrastructure and maintaining infrastructure while reducing the tax rate. And so we'll talk more about that. There's also the philosophy of not using one-time revenue to balance an operating budget. That had been a practice at one time in the city. It causes longer-term problems. And so our approach has been, don't use one-time revenues to balance an operating budget. We also think about the rating agencies, and we're in a pattern where we go to the rating agencies at least once a year. That's how often we're financing debt. So we sit down with the rating agencies each year, and essentially they're giving us a financial test each year about revenues, projections, balance between operating and capital, and reserves, and we'll touch on that. And then the last thing there is resources are finite. So we don't have unlimited resources. So at the end of the day, it's always about this balance, which requires choices and trade-offs. At the same time, we want to meet the desires and the objectives of the city council. And you've seen this, and we've used it in every presentation that we've done in the community. This is the product of the retreat from last February that kind of put these things in motion. We want to enhance public safety, support economic development and responsible growth. You've seen all these before. Invest in neighborhoods in the community, reduce the tax rate, and then also preserve and enhance green space. So it is about finding the balance. You've seen this slide before, but let me spend a moment, because Mayor, you were here, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Bivens, we had the highest tax rate in the state of any major city, right? And it wasn't that long ago. And the goal was to reduce the property tax rate. And again, it's not just for homeowners and increasing values on the residential side. We had to become more competitive in recruiting businesses and what businesses paid in property taxes. So if you've seen what's happened over time, we're not the highest. We've been passed by El Paso. We've been passed by the city of Dallas. But there's still a gap between us and the other cities that we might say we're competing against in some cases for business. And so the goal is still to reduce the property tax rate over time to be more competitive. This just shows over a longer period of time, back to 1990, what the tax rate looked like, what the mix was between the gray being the operations, the blue being debt service. And then a number of years ago, we started what we call this pay-as-you-go, which is the cash portion of capital. And so there were times, for those that lived here in the 90s, the assessed value in Fort Worth year over year actually went down, right? So think about a period of time where the values of your properties was less the next year than it was in the current year. And so if you look at those tax rate increases back in the 90s, some of that had to do with simply dealing with declining values, not increasing values. Fortunately, that hadn't been the case over the last number of years, and we'll have other slides that talk about the most recent past. You've also seen this one before, and we use it to highlight a couple things. And on top are the tax rates, the O&M is what we put into operations. The pay-as-you-go is the cash part of maintaining infrastructure. The debt part is paying off bonds and preparing for, not paying for current bonds, current bond referendum commitments, but also planning for the next bond referendum. And the policy of the city council was, let's make sure that we're in a position to increase our investment in infrastructure and the maintenance of that infrastructure while looking at reducing the property tax rate. It seems counterintuitive sometimes. We want to spend more over here, infrastructure, maintenance of infrastructure, but we also want to take down the property tax rate. A number of years ago, if I'm now shifting to the bottom when we talk about the percentages. A number of years ago, we had the goal to get to 30%. What we said, let's go back to 2015, is if we could get to 30% of the tax rate being dedicated to capital, then we'd be in a better position, right? So I'd say we've improved over time, but you've heard, let's just talk about stormwater or the 50-50 program. We're still not there in what we need in resources to maintain the infrastructure that is being built. So one of the things I think we need to talk about in the upcoming years, what should that percentage be? Because 30% is probably not hitting the mark. And then when you think of the capital plan, how much of that capital plan should be debt and how much of that capital plan should be cash? Does that make sense? You'd never want to be all debt, and I don't think we ever want to be all cash. So we have to find the right balance between debt and cash for the capital program. And as we take on more debt, which I think will be taking on more debt, I think it's more important than cash becomes a greater proportion of the total. And I think the rating agencies are going to say the same thing. So if we were to talk about where does the tax rate need to increase as we talk about the future, it's probably that cash portion, the pay-as-you-go of the tax rate. Does that make sense? We need more as we take on more debt. I think we will benefit by having more cash in the capital plan. That also makes you more flexible if downturns are on the horizon. So if you ever hit a downturn, it's better to have more cash than it is to have more fixed costs, as in debt. The other thing I'll point out is we had a bond referendum in 2014. We had a bond referendum in 2018. We had one in 2022. We're planning one for 2026. So we don't wait till 2025 or 2026 to plan for that, neither from a project standpoint and not from a financial standpoint. If you look at the sizes of the bond referendum, each subsequent one was 40% higher than the previous one, right? So the 2018 bond program was roughly 40% larger than 2014, same in 2022. So if we just followed that line of thinking, not saying it would meet all our needs, but that bond program for 2026 is then between $780 and $800 million. If you just think of a 40% growth from 2022 to 2026. Now I'm going to shift to the conversation about the no new revenue. So that's more of the history and thinking behind where we currently are. This is the definition right off the worksheet that we have to fill and send to the comptroller. I'll read. It enables the public to evaluate the relationship between taxes for the prior year and the current year, right? So 23 and 24. Based on a tax rate that would produce the same amount of taxes if it was applied to properties in both years. So it is simply, to me, a reference point of how you communicate what is happening to the tax rate and values. A reference point. We have never used it as a goal or an objective to try to achieve. And there's some reasons for that. But as you calculate it, it goes kind of like this. The current value in 23 is $100 billion. That's the taxable value in Fort Worth. And it's going to produce 713 and 750 million, $15 million. So the calculation is all the values, if you take all the existing values from the current year, you move it to next year, it's going up a little over 12%. I think it's 12.4%, but we've rounded just to make the math easier. So what would you have to reduce the tax rate to achieve the same amount of money? Right? So values go up. These are all existing values. Tax rate comes down, you produce the same amount of money. Right? So it's a revenue side equation. It has nothing to do with what's happening with your costs, or I'll get into more of that in a minute. And if you just took it down to an individual property, this is not a homeowner necessarily, because homeowners would be capped at 10%. But just to show you let's just take a $200,000 property, again, the same thing. What would the tax rate have to come down to produce the same amount of revenue off that property? When you focus just on the no new revenue rate, it has no relationship to the service levels or the types of services that we're providing, nor the costs from one year to the next. Does that make sense? So it doesn't relate to the infrastructure costs. It doesn't consider whether your tax base is becoming more residential as opposed to commercial, right? And you've seen slides from before that we're becoming increasingly residential. And we want it to be the other way, because commercial essentially pays for most of the residential services. It doesn't take into account inflation or interest rates that have changed in the year, economic development incentive agreements, meet and confer, collective bargaining, population, I can go on, but the no new revenue doesn't relate to the cost side at all. It's simply a revenue rate calculation on the tax rate side. But even the state legislature, when they put this in place, made accommodations for the other stuff, right? So the state legislature knew, and there were circumstances that the no new revenue rate wasn't the end all. So the state legislator says, well, we're going to have this thing called a voter approve rate, and this has been around a while, but we're going to cap what you can take out of existing values, and we're going to cap it at 3.5%. Prior to the last legislation, that number was 8%, right? So you could capture without voter approval 8% of the growth in existing values. Now it's capped at 3.5%. So you can take 3.5% out of the growth of the existing tax base. The state also said, yeah, we recognize that some cities are growing and they need to be able to pay for some of that growth. And so the no new revenue rate does not include any new development, right? So we get 100% of the new development. And if you remember from the other budget slide, I don't think I have it in here, the new development was about $3.2 billion, right? That was the new development that wasn't in the tax base last year, was in the tax base this year, or projected for next year. The other thing the state said was there may be times that you hit a bump in the road and your recommended tax rate that you impose on your citizens doesn't even reach the no new revenue rate or the voter approved rate. And for those years when that happens, you have 3 years to capture that loss. It's called the unused increment in the property tax rate. And so let's look at what happened. One more thing. In the worksheets that we prefer for the comptroller, there are actually two numbers that are produced. I'll start with the one on the right. So the 63.54, that's the no new revenue rate that we have to publish in the newspaper and the different documents. And so we're going to talk about what that means if we wanted to achieve a no new revenue rate of a total of 63.54. There's also a calculation in the worksheets that is only taking maintenance and operations, it's separating the debt side of the transaction. And so there's what is produced is a no new revenue rate for just maintenance and operations. And that's the 51.36. So on the far left, I'll give you a minute as we walk through this, is the fiscal year 23 adopted budget. And if you break out our tax rate, 49.5 cents goes to operating M&O, 7 cents goes to pay-as-you-go, and 14.75 cents goes to debt, right? So that's our current tax rate of 71.25. The next column is the recommended tax rate in the budget that's been presented to you. And we essentially are leaving debt service the same. We're leaving pay-as-you-go the same, and we're taking the 4 cents off of just the M&O side of operating. So far, so good? The next column is describing if we just wanted to talk about the no new revenue rate for maintenance and operations, and we leave debt service the same, right? And so we would leave debt at 14.75 cents, and that would produce a total tax rate of 66. So far, so good? And then the final column is if we wanted to go to the no new revenue rate, which is that total amount that's publicized, which is the 63.54. All right. So this is this is just the maintenance and operating side of the tax rate. All right, so this is not the total, it's just the M&O side. The green line has been the recommended and the approved tax rate over the years through 23 and the recommended tax rate for 24. The top line, which is grayish, is the rollback or voter approve rate. And the blue line is the no new revenue. And the dotted line shows when the terminology changed and the calculations changed from the state law. If you follow that green line, we've, up until COVID, have always fallen between the no new revenue, or it was called then the effective tax rate, and the voter approve rate, still declining and reducing the tax rate year over year. You see that period of time in 21, the recommended tax rate is lower than the no new revenue rate, and by definition, lower than the voter approve rate. And it was also lower in fiscal year 22. Again, this is just the M&O rate. It doesn't include the debt side.
David, can I ask a really quick
Yes.
question? You'd said earlier in the presentation that the big change in the legislature that we saw impact this was it went from 8 cents to 3.5 cents. And so in that graph that we're looking at here is the rollback, is that at the 8 cents that we had to capture, or does that remain consistent if we'd kept it at the 3.5?
I think, let me try it this way, and if I don't answer, let me know.
Okay.
So when you see the dotted line, that changes from you could capture 8% of existing values and it went down to 3.5. That's why you see those lines narrow between the gray and the blue line. I'm pointing out that we were even below the blue line in 21 and 22. And this is where that unused increment definition comes in, where the state said, for those years where your tax rate is below the no new revenue rate, you can go back and capture that gap in the subsequent 3 years. All right? Does that make sense?
It does. So then I'm understanding correctly that if I'm looking at that graph, to the left side of that orange dotted line, when we're looking at that rollback number and we're looking at the difference between the effective and the rollback, that rollback number reflects the 8-cent
Yes.
gap we had. Okay.
8% gap, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And so it's in 23, in the current year budget that was approved, right, our tax rate was higher than the voter approved rate because we used some of the unused increment, right? And in the 24 budget, we're going to be in between, at the recommended tax rate, we're going to be in between the voter approved rate and the no new revenue rate. And we're not using any of the unused increment that is available. For a note for next year's budget, that will be the last year we're able to capture part of the unused increment from 21, right? So as we go into next year's budget and we prepare for the fiscal year 25 budget, there's still 3.4 cents of property tax rate that's part of the unused increment. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But we're not using any of the unused increment this year because we're in between the voter approved rate and the no new revenue rate. And this is just the numbers that produce that graph you just saw. Now the total tax rate the green line being the recommended or approved tax rate from those years, this now includes debt service. So it's the maintenance and operating part of the tax rate and the debt service side of the tax rate. And the blue line is the no new revenue rate, or the effective tax rate on the left side of the dotted line. So you simply just see the same thing, the tax rate, the green line's coming down. There was that 1 year in fiscal year 21 where essentially the tax rate could have been increased. I don't know that anybody increases a tax rate during a down cycle of the economy, but that's where part of that unused increment also comes from. So if we wanted to reduce the tax rate to meet a no new revenue rate, we're going to show you two different ways. One is are we going to include the debt side of the transaction or not? So that's just a policy question. And the other is, are we just going to look at the M&O side of the equation? So far left is the 23 adopted tax rate, then the recommended tax rate. The 4 cents that is recommended came entirely off the M&O. We didn't touch the debt service part. But if we wanted to go to a no new revenue rate, then we'd have to reduce the budget by 3.7 cents. Everybody with me so far? And if we looked at it from a total no new revenue rate, that would be almost 2.6 cents off the debt side and 1.14 off the operating side. All right? From a numbers standpoint, it means we take 27 million, I'm just jumping to the far right table, out of the debt side, and we take roughly 11 million out of the maintenance and operation side. So to go to a no new revenue rate, really is that 3.7 cents, 39 million overall. Now, the next slides, we're just going to focus on reducing the debt side, right? What would it take to reduce the debt side to cut it from 14 3/4 to a little over 12 cents? And again, we could decide that we could fall anywhere in that range, but to get to the no new revenue rate, you've got to take out, again, the 3.7 cents overall. We could decide it comes out of different places. I'm just showing you, if we use the calculations in the worksheet, we're assuming 2.6 cents is coming out of the debt side. Let me take a minute to walk through this. That column on the left where it says January 2023, most of you around the table have seen that document, but there are new folks around the table. This is what we present to council before we go to rating agencies and we talk about selling some of our bonds to build the projects that were approved in bond referendums. And so when we're talking about going into debt, most of our debt is 20-year debt. So we are making 20-year projections based on assessed value and tax rates. Does that make sense? So if we're going to go into debt for the next 20 years to sell bonds, to build roads or parks or whatever, we have a long-term financial model that has to take into account possible changes in the economy. So we are more conservative as we go out in our fiscal projections. And so when we talk about property tax revenue growth, we're talking about what are the short-term projections, what's the mid-term projections, what are the long-term projections. And I'll admit that we try to stay pretty conservative on this. We're also making assumptions on what interest rates will be, not just this year, but next year when we sell bonds, the year after that when we sell bonds, and the subsequent years when we sell debt. So we're making assumptions, and I think the point is these are long-term projections with lots of money involved. We told the council back in January that based on our current projections at the time, that the next bond referendum looked like we could do $605 million, and we still wouldn't use all the capacity, which really means we had a range in there of 600 to 730 million. Reggie will tell me, and he'll tell you, that anytime we go to the bond program or go do referendums, that we don't commit all our capacity because you want some variability in case you have financial crises or emergencies or projects that you did not anticipate. The second column is if we left the tax rate as it is, based on revised assessed value, because now the base is going to grow by the full 15.6%, that will produce the next bond referendum in the range of $800 million with still some unused capacity. If we want to reduce the tax rate to the no new revenue rate, then we will bring the capacity down to 530 million with no excess capacity. So the impact of taking the debt service down from 14 3/4 to a little over 12 cents is somewhere between $270 and $400 million of debt capacity. This is the slide we shared with you in January. So that gray line that's on top is what we project our capacity to be over that period of time. The orange line is our existing debt and how it's paid out over that period of time. We also show you that we've got the remaining we haven't sold all the 18 bonds, or at that time, we hadn't sold all the 18 bonds. We still have 22 bonds that we're gonna sell. And the brown line then is that future capacity of the next referendum.
David, quick question.
Yeah.
Is this including our 26 bonds debts?
And this won't reflect the brown would reflect the 26 bond referendum.
Okay.
And any gap between the gray line and those bars is the unused capacity, right? And when that would show up as available capacity. So this is if we left the debt property rate the same at 14 3/4. In this case, the green is now the next bond referendum, the 2026 bond referendum, and that totals the $800 million that would be available by keeping the tax rate the same. And then this would show that if we reduce the property tax rate to just over 12 cents, that would reduce the amount for the 26 referendum to $530 million, and it would not allow debt capacity over that period of time. Hence the recommendation.
David, can I?
Yeah, yes.
Sorry, can you go back to that slide, the previous slide? So in 2024, based on this, we see the red line dip down, and actually, it looks like at some other points too, it either touches or dips down. What happens when that happens, when our capacity and our blue line, or any of those lines cross? You see 2024 right there?
Yeah, did you see Reggie twitch?
I didn't.
So part of that is we'd have to make some short-term decisions about using fund balance to, because that's existing debt service, right? So we are required to pay that. So we'd have to figure out some short-term ways to make that payment at that time. And then we may adjust what the amount we do in the subsequent year really from tax notes.
Okay. What approximately is that gap so that we know that? Because that would be next year.
I'm gonna guess a couple million. I'm just winging it.
Like
Is it
10?
a couple 10? No, you said 10.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. But we would shave that off of next year's budget, correct? We'd have to find,
Yeah, that's, if it's a fixed cost, we gotta make the payments. So it's really, how do we adjust funding in a short period of time to do that? And
Okay.
it could be the fund balance.
thank you.
Now we're gonna move to, that's what would happen if we reduce the tax rate for debt. Now we're moving to reducing the M&O tax rate, and if we were just focusing on the no new revenue on the maintenance and operation side, that would be 1.14 cents on the property tax rate, roughly somewhere in the range of $11 million. And what I want to, before reading the points on the chart, as we build a budget from one year to the next, our primary focus, well, let me do two things. One is, like at the beginning when we talked about council goals and objectives, and what are the areas that we want to address in the upcoming budget. So that's always part of the conversation within the organization. The other part is, what does it take to continue the same level of service that was provided this year into next year? Does that make sense? So we're trying to cost out, price out, what does it take just to continue what we're doing into next year's budget, right? And so some of the things that we talk about, and I'll use some examples, like the additional patrol officers is about continuing the same level of service. Does that make sense? We're a growing city. We have these ways we calculate what patrol officers are needed. We need 21 more patrol officers to meet the same level of service that we think we've got this year. So that's not considered an increase in a service level or a change in service level. It's what is required to do the same thing next year. And we try to do that in each of the different departments. So we get at what does it take to do the same thing next year? But we also are very, I hope, thoughtful about meeting the goals and objectives of the city council. And there are some gray areas, right? And when we add resources to the budget, I'll use another one, crisis intervention team. In some ways, we could describe the 13 additional positions that are in the budget for the crisis intervention team are a continuation of the same level of service, and we're simply going to provide it at more hours of the day, right? Or you might also look at that and say, well, that's a change in a level of service. I'm not trying to make total distinctions, but there's some gray area of what is a continuation of a level of service and what is a new level of service. With this slide, I'm simply trying to describe that we are absolutely increasing levels of service in the budget, right? And if you were to want to reduce levels of service, it wouldn't be current levels of service. It might be, well, we just won't do those new things that we were going to add to the budget. Does that make sense? And so these are the absolutely new things that we're doing in the budget. The additional neighborhood in the neighborhood improvement program. We are increasing that level of service from one neighborhood to two. That's worth $4 million. We are improving the maintenance standards in all our parks and green spaces by additional resources for free. That's $3 million. We're adding funds to the Economic Development Incentive Fund. That's $3 million. In addition to what was there in this year's budget. We've added $2 million to the priority repair program to do more homes than we did in the current year. We're adding a benefit for city employees. We're adding more money for homeless services. And we collectively made a decision to increase the exemption for over 65 and disabled, right? We went to $60,000 for that exemption. That had a $6 million impact on the budget, or a half, essentially about a half penny, a little over a half penny. All I'm suggesting is there are ways, if we wanted to go to a no new revenue rate, and there's more than that amount of money that we are providing in additional services that don't exist in this year's budget, but that do exist in next year's budget. That make sense? And this is a slide we use in the community presentations. It's kind of the wrap up when we talk about what's new in the budget that people should see. It's the additional police officers, it's the additional fire personnel, it's additional code staff, it's additional neighborhood in the neighborhood improvement program, enhanced park maintenance. We should have put the concrete crew up there because it comes up in all the community meetings. The concrete crew in TPW, the Economic Development Fund, new library, new community center. And then a minute just on the taxpayer. Because I think we have tried to strike, with the recommended budget, we've tried to strike the balance of what are those new things we want in the budget, the new service levels that will benefit the residents, the businesses of Fort Worth, while reducing the property tax rate, but it does not take the property tax rate down to the no new revenue rate. And so when you look at the, this is a $200,000 home in the current year. Let's assume it grows greater than but it'll be capped at 10%, right? Remember, homes are capped at 10%, so the most it's gonna go up is to 220. You take the exemption, you have the new taxable value. Homeowner of a $200,000 home in the current year will pay $44 more next year than the current year. We also have the monthly thing there. And then showing the final two columns is the no new revenue total for that same house. And then if we looked at bringing the total down, what those differences are. And then the final column is if we just were messing with the maintenance and operation one and bringing that down by an additional 1.14 cents. It is my recommendation and the staff that we think the recommended tax rate of the, hold on. Oh, one more thing before I get that. So we also did a little more research. You saw the peer review of the other cities. Which city is now the highest property tax rate in the state? From the earlier slide. El Paso. There is only one city in the state that's made the no new revenue rate their goal. That's El Paso. Here are the other cities that we know, and they can still change these to some degree. These are based on recommended. Some of these may change before they get the final. But I think cities know what their needs are of the residents and the businesses, and they are, again, trying to balance property tax rates with services and infrastructure and the maintenance of that infrastructure. And that's the wrap up is we tried to balance all that as staff to recommend to you. We did not touch the debt side. We want to build the capacity to be able to do $800 million at minimum for the 2026 bond program. We kept pay-as-you-go the same this year. I think as we talk about future years, we might be talking about that number might need to go up if we want to do more cash, part of the capital. And so the reduction that we took was off the operation and maintenance side of 4 cents. And with that, Mayor, I think this is questions and discussion.
Thank you, David. Carlos, I'll just go around.
All right. I'll have more, but I'm just going to ask this one for now. Slide 26. The priority repair program, I just need confirmation. The total amount of program funding is $4 million. Is that correct? And then
we added 2.
Right, from the general fund, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that doesn't take into account CDBG funds or funds in the Department of Energy or TDHCA, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now. I'll have more later. Thank you.
Macy?
I have 2 questions and a comment. So that slide you were just on, that's very helpful, and thank you for walking through that. Actually, this entire presentation is extremely helpful. And that going back to the service delivery and the service levels, I think that's where I was asking for that more detailed budget. It helps me understand and be able to explain to our constituents that we are being financially responsible, and this is where the variances are. So
Yes.
I think that's where I'm getting at, and this slide helps me with that. Regarding the capital program, so our ratio of cash to debt, do we know of other cities our size and what their ratios are?
I think we'll probably be able to get those. What rating agencies look at us is not only in what we're budgeting in cash versus debt, but it's also what size of reserves are we keeping.
Right.
And so they'll look at both reserves. And so if we wanted to provide comparisons of other cities, we'd include cash portion of capital and the size of reserves.
That'd be interesting to know,
Yeah.
just so we could
Yeah.
have a comparison. And then lastly, I know in the very first budget session, the question came up about the number of commercial entities paying into the tax base. And we were looking for a number of those commercial entities and how that's varied over the years. So I'd still like to see that if possible.
There's still other data we're trying to pull out of the different appraisal districts. That is one of the components, as well as most appraisal districts count multifamily as commercial. And we actually think about it in the other way around. We think about it as residential from a service delivery standpoint. So we're still trying to get more data out of the system.
Okay, thank you.
Gina?
David, just to bird dog on Councilmember Hill, could you repeat what you said about multifamily as commercial? And I think you used the word most. Can you just repeat that?
Sure. So the way appraisal districts think about multifamily is they categorize it from a taxing standpoint as commercial. When we think about it as a use standpoint and from a service delivery standpoint, we don't think about multifamily as a commercial establishment. We think about it as a residential place.
And you know why I'm smirking? don't
Yes.
you? Okay, I'm going to be sure to tell my developer what you said just now. Now to my question. On the topic of priority repair again, can you go back to that slide? Can you describe the difference that comes now with this change you're making from the vantage point of the applicant who is looking for that assistance? What does this mean to that applicant, this change?
I might need a little help from Fernando, but I think this comes out of when you think of the work on affordable housing, right? And this is about how to keep people in their homes. And one of the most cost-effective ways to meet affordable housing is help people where they are and maintain the homes they're already in.
Good segue.
That's exactly right, and this will help us double the number of homeowners we're able to assist. And this is one of the chief recommendations from the Neighborhood Conservation Plan and Housing Affordability Strategy. So this is a way to implement what the council is prepared to adopt.
And previously, before this proposed change, how much has been afforded to the applicant, the individual applicant, compared to what we anticipated?
Yes, we've increased the amount. I think it went from something like 5,000 to 25,000. So we're able to help folks to a greater extent per dwelling unit. And now we're able to help more households in total.
Well, I salute you for this change. I've been fighting for this for years to get that raised because you can't do anything with $5,000 if you can't stay in your house.
That's correct. There were some federal regulations that impeded our ability to raise it, but we've overcome that issue.
Well, I just want those who are listening to know that this is what I call a touchy-feely people-type feature that we can help people stay in the homes because this money would be available. And I submit to you, you will find most of your older homes in need of help for priority repair. And as they applied previously, they didn't want to go for $5,000 and sign a lien on their house because they thought we wanted their house.
The 5,000 won't go very far, as you know. And thank you for your leadership in making that happen.
Thank you.
Jeanette?
With the additional funds for homeless services, would all that money go to our partnering agencies, or is any of that funding would stay with the city to help prevent homelessness?
I might need Fernando again, because this question has come up in many of our community meetings.
That is just with the top, one of the top,
he's got it.
concerns.
All of these funds would go out to serve the homeless directly through our partners. They would not stay with staff.
I'm gonna ask a
Chris,
question
go
on that. And Fernando, I want to ask a question about the
Just stay there,
homeless.
Fernando.
Come on, Fernando.
He's getting his steps in.
I think that's a good question, Jeanette. What is, Councilwoman, what is our mechanism of, we can't control the funds once we release them, but how are we monitoring that it is going into best use to fix our current homelessness problem?
Yes, sir. We have a homeless management information system by which all of our partners track the folks that they serve, and they share information with each other, and they share it with us and with the Tarrant County Homeless Coalition. So we're able to measure rather precisely who is being assisted by what services.
With our increases, is any other municipalities providing any other increases to their homeless?
I don't know. We'd have to find out for you.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeanette.
Can you tell me a little bit if the neighborhoods that we provide funding for a neighborhood improvement program, have we been able to identify the type of economic impact that has given back to?
Yes, we have. We measure inputs, how much funding we put into the neighborhoods. We measure outputs, what are the infrastructure improvements that we're able to make. But most important, we're able to measure outcomes. What difference does it make in the lives of the folks who live in those neighborhoods? So outcomes are measured by such things as property values, which we're seeking to elevate. It's measured by safety, crime rate, perceptions of safety. We measure all of these items before and after we make the investments in those neighborhoods.
Do we see more people moving into these neighborhoods?
Yes, we do, and that's a good thing. And you can see it in the neighborhoods that we've assisted. In many cases, it's the first time in decades that these neighborhoods have seen new housing being built, new families moving into the neighborhoods. A good example is if you stop 6, Ash Crescent in District 8 had been virtually neglected for decades, and as a result of the investment by the city, it's turned things around, and people are actually building houses in places where nobody would even go. We even heard stories about police officers being afraid to go into these neighborhoods. Now they're places where families want to live.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? No. Charlie, go ahead.
So I think I have a couple questions. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this. Obviously, as that naive new guy trying to figure it all out. Kind of feels like with everything presented, if we were to try to say, well, how can we get it lower? Then we're kind of painted as this bad guy. It's like, well, I want to cut this program or cut this program or cut that program. So for me, as a policy thing, what I wish we could have seen is more packages, like choices that we could have made along the way, not just this late in the game, but perhaps much earlier next year in the budget cycle, involving us or those who want to be more involved in those decisions. That way we can say, okay, here's what we'd have to give up in order to get to this point, because, I mean, let's face it, up in District 4, there's 2 houses that are under 200,000. So while this example is great, I can't go back to the residents of District 4 and say, hey, your tax bill is only going to go up $3. It's clearly going up a lot more than that. And so what I'm going to hear is, well, what am I getting? Because the neighborhood improvement program, while it's great, it's not going to help them, right? And I try to massage some of that in our budget talk, is about, high tide lifts all boats, which I get, but we can't even get some help with our community center or lack thereof. And that would improve our neighborhoods up in 4 and even 10, without having to wait till a bond and then, wait 7, 8 years for it to actually, cut the ribbon on. So that's one of my sticking points on that. And, I don't want to be that bad guy that goes after one of these other districts that really need some of these programs, say, well, it doesn't really directly benefit per se, which I'm here to represent. I mean, that's why I'm here. And I genuinely care. And so I want to see them benefit as well. And of course, I want to see the city do well with all of this too. So I guess now that I got that off my chest, going to the debt capacity, if we were to go to the no new revenue, and that 10 million, or 10 million-ish, that would make some folks kind of cringe. That's assuming there's no excess revenue at the end of the year, right?
Correct.
And we've never not seen at least that much. Correct. So, I mean, I guess it'd be safe to say we're not going to be in a really, really bad position if we were to even look at something possibly different. Because I do like the approach of being more conservative about it, because you don't want to get overhyped and then end up having to raise that rate, which that goes to the whole increased exemption for 65 and disabled. Super excited about that. I don't really see that as a service delivery. I see that as providing some sort of tax relief for those who could really use it. Whereas now, one thing I'm getting on social media, and I know Alan is too, because I see him being tagged in it as well, is the the document that's out, it's like, based on this, because it's not the no new revenue, your taxes are going up. And then here we are trying to combat that, and we try to help out with the over 65 and disabled, but here we are, we're like, hey, I can't go to them and say, well, it's only gonna go up $3. So that's, for me, it's a sticking point, kind of being backed in that corner. So I would just, hopefully next year, maybe if we can be more involved with that. I mean, I would like to be, if I could be, if that's something I don't know how it was done in the past. Maybe Gina has more, I guess, feedback on that, on how it was done, or what else we can do to kind of not make us look like the bad guy. Because quite frankly, I don't want, those arrows to start coming towards me for being the bad guy.
Well, and a few thoughts, Charlie, to encourage you. I don't think you're being painted as a bad guy. I think that as this council sits here and you prepare for 2025, 26, 27, 2030, 2035, I know I make decisions that I can look myself in the mirror 10 years from now and feel like I have set up the city for success. And that's really hard, right? It's a balance we have to strike. And I appreciate the slide 26 that David put together. But I would also say, candidly, the additional police officers and firefighters, some of that is beyond quality of service right now, because our residents have been demanding better response times and they want to see more patrol officers. And when it comes to the INS side, to go back to the point you were trying to make about debt service, the $10 million gap that Reggie was finching about back there, that's current existing debt capacity. That has nothing to do with the $200 to $300 million you're going to stymie us in the next 2026 bond election. So, we all may be here in 2026 or we may not. And that council will have to make a tough decision. And if you stick them with a $500 million bond, you cannot survive. You will never get a community center. And so these are hard decisions to make. I would also say on slide 26, if you roll through those items, even if we decide just to cut the M&O by the 3.7 cents to get to $39 million, you still don't get there. So you can cut all these programs and service delivery, and then you're going to start getting into things that are current service delivery, and then you're going to have really mad constituents, right? Because some of these things are the top things that our residents are asking for and demanding. And so what we need to arm you with, and anybody else, whether you agree with the current proposed tax rate or not, is what does it look like to live in the city of Fort Worth and make sure you have optimal services provided? And that's hard. And if you think about, you can get to M&O $40 million, you can slash the budget, right? Because I think we can all agree, if you start tapping into the INS side, you are completely cutting our knees off for the next bond. We cannot get there on capital projects. So cut by $40 million and save your cup of coffee per month for your resident. And I promise you in 3 months, they will be screaming at you, because this is not even enough, because you can't count the over 65 disabled, because we've already made that policy decision. We've already said as a council, it was a priority to make sure we had over 65 and disabled residents were taken care of first. And I appreciate David's outline of this today, because there is so much misinformation about what no new revenue really means for cities. And you all are like me, you have to concentrate fully to understand everything that David has presented today. So the resident, our media, they've got this wrong right now. It's very confusing. And you have my pledge to make sure you have the information you need to make sure they understand the impact that these programs will have in the city of Fort Worth. And the last thing I want to really throw kudos to David. If you go back to the 2015 slide where you can see where you created the PAYGO fund, I want you to think for a second where we would be if in 2015, David and management had not created PAYGO. You would have been relying on, you think it's bad in District 10 right now? If you'd had no PAYGO to pay for capital projects in all the last few years, and you were only relying on bond, we would be in a whole different situation right now. We would not be the fastest growing city in the country, I can promise you. And so, again, to your point, it is very difficult. And it's also a balance on our responsibilities in the charter. We are a city manager form of government. And it is the responsibility of the city management to propose a budget. And I think he has done that here. And you could still go through, and you still have time. You can propose amendments all you want to. But we have an intellectual responsibility to this city to make sure that we can look up and tell them, you get 106 new police officers is what it costs, 76 firefighters. So just create that balance. These are hard decisions, But I can't think of a better presentation, David, to say thank you for how hard this was and to your budget staff to put this together. Because everyone has a different need, and you probably wish there were additional things in the budget as well. I think Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Not really a question, just commentary. When you talk about the homes in your district and I guess you'd say the nice style of living, I have people in District 5 who get by on 4-figure annual incomes, but others who go up to 3, 6, 9, 10 figures. I have the wealthy, I have the poor. And so luckily, because of the bond packages in the past, the people representing the voices of the poor convinced Fort Worth people to support bond issues that address those needs. Now, how this improvement package came about, it's because unlike other council members at the time, I didn't show David the nice things in my district. My district is corporate headquarters to American Airlines, Bell. Part of DFW is in my district. You know, there's money there. But I showed him where the need was and where city services had failed the people. We went down streets that were concrete streets, 4 years old, already in failure. So, you know, delivery of services was failing. But more importantly, people just felt left out, and they knew they were paying taxes too. I didn't ask David to create this program, but he wanted to make sure there were no longer 2 Fort Worths, because that's the way we were described when Moncrief was mayor. And so this was a way to address those deficits, but make it responsible. And so just recently, there's a pool coming to Stop 6. They concreted over pools before I got here, you know, and nobody wanted to bring back pools. But I would just say it's very important not to get carried away on the themes, because when you repeat the theme, you know, NNR, you really leave out the people. And so this budget process is designed for us to represent the needs of the people. And luckily, my district isn't, you know, totally poverty-stricken, because there's money there, but it's a way of delivering fair, equitable, and just good service delivery, so that when you call and make that call for a wild dog or something, you don't have to be what Ann Zeta would call that, what do you call it? What did she say? The loud wheel gets all the squeaky wheel. And that's the way service was delivered. And so now people are more embracing of things that they resisted in the past based on their lack of faith and trust, but based on what they saw they were getting, which was nothing. And so I can share with you the stats from the first strategy. I think we hauled away, Fernando, how many tons of just weeds and lots, because city staff wasn't doing what they were supposed to do. So I'd love to talk to anyone who wants to know why it's important that we pay attention to all of Fort Worth, because for so many decades, all of Fort Worth had not been heard. So, and Carlos, you know that to be true.
Yeah, in a nutshell, my district's bifurcated. I represent people of the north, people inside the loop, similar needs, but also distinct needs too. So I can see it both ways.
Chris.
Thank you. I do appreciate this presentation. I do think that it's important, as Charlie said, that we get something itemized that we can go to the constituents. And I think that's what I asked for in the IR for the no new revenue. Because when you look at slide 26, while though we appreciate it and appreciate Mayor's comments, those are just drops in the buckets when it comes to the budget. That's not really going to determine if we get to the NNR. It's going to be those major services such as police, such as fire, such as development services. And I think those are the things that we need and itemize, as Councilwoman Hill always talks about. Let us be able to rat off, okay, we're going to lose 100 officers, we're going to lose 50 firefighters, we're going to lose 20 department services that we just added to make sure that people can come and do development in the city of Fort Worth. So this is a great slide. You did a great job of articulating what it is and what it's not. Now arm us with the armor to go and tell these people, not these people, our residents and constituents, everybody, of what we need. I'm sure they're gonna chop and cut that and use that against me later. Our community, what we need. So, but thank you again, David, for the presentation.
Yeah. It's funny. And for clarity too, to Chris's point on 26, let's do rough math. If you cut the things that are there completely, I'm gonna round up. I'm gonna call it 17 million, because you can't count that last bullet point, because we've already done that. So you still have another 17 to $20 million you gotta cut to get to 39 million on the M&O side. We don't have time to go into the complication of 2 different worksheets that go to the comptroller that actually count for NNR, and they are counting on you to cut the INS rate. We've already decided that's not gonna work, so you have to get to $40 million somewhere. You're going down a rabbit trail. So to Chris's point, that's not enough. So what are you gonna go into basic city services that we have right now that you're gonna cut? And that would be messy. We could do that, right? And you, by the way, I don't think you can get there without cutting public safety, because it's 75% of your budget, and then you're really in trouble. So more to come. I hope y'all thought this was helpful. I didn't know how else to do this, frankly, without it being really transparent and David going through that process. This is a place, in my opinion, that our city manager really does demonstrate his expertise, and it is in public finance in this space. So keep asking him questions and push back. And then to Charlie's point, he's right. Each district deserves to be able to communicate what the value is for your district, because it probably is different in terms of how you need to communicate to District 4 as it is for 10 or 11. And that's really a responsibility, not just of the budget office, but also working with Renee and being really specific on what you need to see and working with your district directors. So let's keep doing that in the next few weeks. Yes, Jared.
Mayor, that was an awesome point, and I think like in future budgets, it's also helpful as us as council members to ensure that some of the highest priority needs in our district are met in the budget, even with like the patrol officer conversation I mentioned earlier, breaking that down so that in District 6, there may be a need, right? But in District 4, the need may be totally different in terms of levels of investment. So continuing to work with us over the budget cycles to make sure that we're getting those things that we know our residents are.
And I encourage you, all of you have great staff that are really understand your districts more. Have them do a rough draw up of what they want to see, and they can work with city staff to have that communicated better. I hope that you're encouraging them to do that. So any other closing comments, David?
Actually, we have one other thing before the closing comments.
I forgot, yeah, sorry.
We also do fee changes that are part of the upcoming budget. And they become part of the budget ordinances and the things that are approved later this month. So I've asked Brady Kirk to come up and give us an overview of some of the fee changes. Brady's with our Fort Worth lab. Brady, take it away.
Before you panic, y'all, it's only 7 slides. So Brady, we're speed dating.
All right.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon. Brady Kirk, like David said, I'm often referred to here by my full name, which is So Stephen, So Brady, So Kirk. And as the mayor said, this is a short presentation. It's really actually more of an introductory companion piece to the budget response you received. So it's in your packets today, and that itself is just an update of one that you got 2 weeks ago. So let me just start by saying, why do we have fees, user fees? Why do we every year have fee changes? So every one of the services that the city of Fort Worth provides, to some degree, or almost every one of them, we recoup those costs through our user fees. And that's really on a spectrum for how many of the costs we get back through the fees. So on the extreme end, you have some of our departments that have enterprise-like activities, but there's really only a handful of enterprise funds within Fort Worth. And so almost every service that we provide, to some degree, is subsidized by general government revenue and operations. So for that, when we talk about fee increases, we're not pushing anything to a level where it's going to be raking in money or even profitable, honestly. We're just trying to get those costs back as they keep going up. And as you look through that budget response and see which ones are increasing and the kind of consideration that went into how much they're going to be, you can see they're really grounded in what the costs actually are or some other sort of fair give and take with the community. And some of them really have deep, deep insight from the people that are going to be paying those fees. So your fee change budget response, it really just lists out what's changing You get this every year, so you got it last year, you'll see it again in 12 months. And normally, traditionally, we've just given you what the fee name is, what the new amount is, and how much it had changed from the previous year. But the reason that you've gotten this budget response for the second time now is because, just to give a little bit more context, we're elaborating on each of these and telling you why the fee is changing. And we have several stages throughout this process, which I'll go through. And in a perfect world, we would like it to be that every new fee is decided on about July 1st, and those never change until October 1st when the budget is adopted. But with us being a year-round operation, it's usually not quite like that. And those stages within the fee change process are, you see them for the very first time when you get the recommended budget book. So that happened about a month ago. And they're reflected in there, obviously, in just what the revenue numbers are, because the departments take those new fees into account when they set up their budgets. But that also includes a full fee change schedule, which looks exactly like the budget response that's in your packet today. The next stage is that you get that budget response, and now you're getting it updated and a little bit more beefed up. And then finally, within a couple weeks, we're going to actually be incorporating all these fee changes, making them official with the fee ordinance. And that's going to be on September 19th, which is the same day that we appropriate the budget. So I mentioned in a perfect world, none of these will have changed. And the changes are small, but there are some modest ones since you very first saw the budget. So first, water already had the correct revenue calculated, but some of their fees were not finalized by their Development Advisory Committee, and that is a different group than their Retail Water Rates Committee. But those are all included now in the latest version of your fee change budget response. A similar thing happened with aviation and their fees and the consultants they were working with on those. Then we just had some small items where for code, grant of privilege and non-grant of privilege haulers, just the distribution between those two groups for new fees is a little bit different. And municipal golf is going with now lower annual pass fees than you first saw. And these are just some quick statistics on how many fee changes you're seeing. So you've got 180 total. Don't let that number make you think that we're overhauling the entire revenue manual. A lot of those are just individual rooms that are, every single one of them has their own fees. But there are 180 fee changes in there. Yes, most of them are new fees or fee increases, but not universally. So when we say that we align the fees to the cost of service, that's for better or for worse. So there are a few fee decreases in there. Out of all of our departments, only 8 are changing their fees, and that only goes across 7 of our funds. And that's really it. You were told it was going to be a 7-slide presentation. You actually are only getting 6 of the 7, so the next steps are you've got the final communication on what the fee changes are, and then on September 19th, we're going to go ahead and bring that M&C and that fee change ordinance to you. We'll make those all official.
Questions? Yes, Jeanette?
Is there some place where folks will be able to see all the fee changes online? Just, I mean, because that just sounds like a huge number of fees, and if they could find them all in one place, that would be pretty easy for them.
Okay, good question. So those should all appear in our revenue manual once those are appropriated. And I've, as a citizen, never perused the revenue manual, but it should be available online.
Macy?
Do we have an actual schedule of those fees in our binders, or we provide those?
You do have the schedule of the...
Where?
It's budget response number 2. Okay. So out of all the budget responses, it was the first one you got today.
I know, I didn't see that.
Okay. Well, we can follow up with all of you. It's also in your Dropbox, and we'll send it out again if we need to.
You can find me, you know where to get me.
It's in many places.
Hey, that was excellent. In the Dropbox.
I didn't mean anything like that.
Oh, there's a joke there. What, you walked right into it.
All right.
Walked right into it. Yeah, if you didn't get number 2, they're all literally listed. So if you didn't get budget response 2, that's where they are, just to answer your question there. Yeah. It's in budget response 2. It was one of the attachments, Macy, so maybe it just didn't get printed or it may be attached. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Alan, go ahead.
So I did look through the schedule of fees, and there's a lot there when you start looking at it, lots of rooms at the convention center and everything else. I was going to ask, and maybe this is a simple answer, related to someone starting a new business, do we kind of have an overall impact of new fees for that? We can say what the cost differential would be from last year to this year for that whole process?
Okay, so if you're starting a new business, everything that's the city of Fort Worth fee that you would have to pay, we don't have that right now. I don't know if that would be more of an economic development question, but we can follow up on that. Yeah.
I do think we have some efforts in motion that are trying to, for that new business that's starting up, to try to have one place they can go and know all the different services and fees that need to take place.
Yeah. Michael, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah.
Exactly, David. The development services, a lot of people have done a lot of work to create a one-stop shop. The website exists, et cetera. And so that's all in process and being worked at this point. But it's something that our businesses definitely need.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, council, that's the last presentations. Any upcoming agenda items or additional budget responses that you need? Now's the time. Yeah, Jared.
Yeah, I talked to David about it in between our recess, but I told him I'd put it on the record. Just on the budget response with the minimum wage, I'm including all of those positions that are below the 1645 and see what it would cost to raise them up. I think it's about 100 positions, maybe a little more than that, but make sure that report includes all of those positions.
Elizabeth.
Yes, we've had some conversations about the West 7th area and what we're doing. And in light of those very recent conversations that probably weren't part of this budget development, we think it's a priority to bring in some outside experts to help us get a better handle on the area in general as an entertainment district. And so I would like to see, whether it's in a budget response or short presentation, some dollars carved out of the budget to ensure that we are able to tackle that particular area.
Any other questions, council? Yeah, Gina.
And do they have to be budget specific, these future agenda items?
No.
I would like to state for the record, I want to see what type of plans we have for security, because right now I really don't feel safe. And when I look at the new city hall, I'd like to make sure we're not just doing security planning as usual. There are professionals, even within our own police department, who know how to do this, but right now I do not feel safe.
Any other questions? Jared.
I'm sorry, charged to my head, not my heart. One more, with traffic enforcement, I'd like PD to come back, either in a budget response or some type of report to say, how do we address the traffic enforcement piece that a lot of residents have been talking about?
Yep. Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank y'all.